now I should hear myself on Twitch. All right, now I should hear myself on Twitch. 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 All right. That was actually kind of a cool sound there. That was a cool feedback effect. All right. What is going on? We're live a little bit early here. A little bit earlier than usual. Plug a message in Discord here real quick. Sweet. All right. Everything's looking good. I can see myself on Twitch, hear myself. We should be live. Indubitably. What's going on, Indubitably? I like the new menu. Thanks, Indubitably. Indubitably. The new, you're talking about the play tutorial, like this layout and everything here, I assume. Not too much. About to do some house chores. Gotcha. Yes, I am. Cool, cool, cool. Well, thanks. Thanks for the, yeah, I like this layout a lot better than the old one. I don't even remember what the old one was now. There was just a play button, right? So it was like the play button was like kind of below the Populus logo or something. Yeah, and we're about to change the layout again, pretty possibly today on today's stream, because we're going to be adding the multiplayer. Now we need to have like the competitive game button, the practice button, which is currently what the current play button is, and then we still need the tutorial button. So, all right, well, good to see you, Indubitably. All right, well, since Indubitably is here, I guess we can get started. Got a couple of offline follows. I like to always shout those out. I think they might have came over from Retro MMO's stream. Or no, we got one offline follow and one offline sub. So that is pretty cool. We got Cool Lotus. It's now followed. So Cool Lotus, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. Cool with a K. And then we've got Frulu with the Prime sub. Frulu, I really appreciate that. And I'm sure when you're around, I'll make sure to thank you in person. In person over Twitch chat, that is. But nonetheless, I like to give the little shout out, you know, before the stream. I do upload these streams to YouTube, so I try to always act like these streams will be recorded, you know, available later. Got the giant Star Trek mug today. I don't know why. I never usually use this mug. Kind of because it's too big. And I fill it up. I have the habit of filling it up. And then the coffee gets cold because there's so much and I don't drink it fast enough. But what can you do? What can you do? All right. So it's taken me a little bit to get back in the swing of things here because I wanted to get a Kodako. It's hanging out. What's going on, Kodako? Good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, I wanted to do a Thursday night stream, and that didn't happen. I wanted to do a Saturday stream potentially during the day at some point. That didn't happen. So, so yeah, I haven't really been doing anything Populus related since Tuesday. So, it's going to take me a little bit to get back into the swing. I know what we need to do. I know what we were working on last, and we're going to continue with that. But, yeah, it'll take me a little bit here to get the momentum going. Too tired, gonna play some Populus. Nice, Kodako. Sounds good. Sounds good. All right. Yeah, what is your time zone, Kodako? You're in I'm gonna screw it up. Lithuania. CET, that's Central European time. Nope. I do. I was gonna screw it up. You're near Germany, right? You're not in Germany though. Oh, you're in Sweden. Oh, who was from? Someone else who's from like Lithuania or something. I thought it was you. You're in Sweden. Okay. I don't think I knew you were in Sweden. Maybe I did. Gotcha. Well, then you're like, trying to do the math. IDK. Trying to do the time zone math. Correct time zone. All right. It's like 5 p.m. Just about to get out of work. Gotcha. Nice. All right. So what we got our new little widget thing going last stream. So what that is now that we've got, well, we still have the red O in Populus as a button to queue for a multiplayer game. So that's something maybe we'll get to this stream. We'll see though. So when you click that, you go to like a finding an opponent screen. And then this button here is the option to, obviously just has a P on it right now, but this button will be the option to practice while you wait for a game, while you wait for an opponent. So if I click this, I can now start into, just a little practice mode here, but I'm still waiting for an opponent. So up here, we've got the little new widget thing that we've been calling it. Camera not focusing. So this little widget thing is just kind of there to tell you, oh yeah, you're still waiting for an opponent. And then there's a little X button here that we can click to cancel, kind of, if we want, right? Because at this point now, this will just kind of, we'll always be finding an opponent. We can go do anything. And if we click that again, I'd like to maybe disable that ability to go back, to like click this and go back. At least disable it on the client side, because the server already knows. The server's actually getting the request again. Like the client sends a second request to say, hey, if I want to find a match when you click this again, even though we're already finding an opponent. But then the server, oh, that's kind of a little bug there. Okay. That's something we're going to take a look at right now. All right. So what just happened there was we started we're waiting for a match, right? We click play. We click play to go to a practice match, so we're waiting for an opponent now. But if I go here, if I go back to this screen, if I go back to the find match screen, finding opponent screen, the server says, oh, player requested match, but is already in a match or waiting for a match. So it tries to like queue us up again. The client actually just fires a message off to the server. So I'd like to actually like block, just straight up block this ability. Like maybe just prevent that button. I don't know, or disable the button somehow. I don't know how I want to handle that yet. But here's what happens. So if I click X here now, this will actually cancel our wait for the match. So now waiting player canceled on the server. But our widget is still up here. So I click that again and waiting player canceled. But that, yeah. So that's just a little bit of a bug. A little bit of a bug. Quite a bit of a bug. So let's go back. So like now, if I do this, we go here, we quit. So I've canceled my wait, but the widget is still up here. So like if we go to this player now, maybe I need to refresh here. And then now this guy's just finding an opponent, right? This guy's the waiting player. So, you know, it looks like this guy's waiting for an opponent and this guy's waiting for an opponent, which isn't good. So we need to figure out, FYI, your camera is looking blurrier than usually. Yeah, sometimes it just has trouble focusing. And like, if I kind of do something like this, maybe it'll work. It's like, looks like my hand's in focus there-ish. There we go. All right. I think that's there. I don't care so much. Just wanted to let you know in case it's something you didn't know. Yeah, thanks. I usually like to make sure it's not super blurry because it just looks bad, you know. And I noticed it before and I like tried that little hand thing, but I didn't really check and see if that actually worked. So, and it didn't work. So yeah, sometimes that just happens. I don't know what the deal is. I don't know what it's like trying to focus. It seems like it adjusts the focus to like kind of really close. Something really close almost. But I don't know. It's not a cheap $30 webcam. It's a little more expensive than that. So it's better than having a mic muted and not noticing. Yes, which does happen. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I've got like the Streamlabs window open. So I can see my mic level. And usually that's just always in the corner of my eye. So like if I didn't see it, I think I would be like, whoa, hey, wait a minute. I don't see that thing there. Because I'm like just so used to kind of seeing it, like the little meter kind of flickering, which is kind of nice to have. Now, while we're thinking about this potential little bug, I'm thinking we're probably going to, I'd like to just not let you go back to this finding opponent screen once you're already finding an opponent, once it's already trying to find an opponent for you. So I'd like to maybe like disable the button. Like obviously the button will be like over here or something or somewhere where we'll kind of figure out a nice little layout, potentially today on the stream. And I'd like to, maybe like disable the button or yeah, I'm not too sure yet exactly how we want to handle that. So the one thing I think the one thing I want to look at right now is the code on the client that actually cancels the match. Because from here, I want to see what this callback is, that when I click this button to cancel, like what that actually does. Because I'm thinking like maybe we could have an event. Maybe I could just prevent this bug kind of in a nice way where, well, yeah, let's just see what we've got in the code, and I'll oh, okay. Yeah, we've got a little wacky setup here. All right, match weight widget. Match weight widget. Do we have the callback? No. The callback comes from. So here's our match weight widget class, and then we've got a static create method that instantiates the widget, which is, again, the widget is just this little thing here. And the widget class itself isn't really anything. It just kind of manages this text object and then the button object. And then we're going to have like a loading icon or something like that, kind of some little visual indicator letting you know, hey, we're loading. Okay, so when we do the create, when we create a match weight widget, we pass in an on cancel, so a little cancel callback. So that will be the function that will get called when we click that cancel button. So that should be getting passed from our application here. So if we do match weight widget, match weight widget. There we go. Okay, so we pass just this anonymous callback here. We destruct the match weight widget. We set the match weight widget object to null in the application or property. And then event emitter.emit match weight cancel. Okay, so we do have a match weight canceled event. Okay, so that is kind of what. Ooh, okay. All right, we can't do kind of what I was thinking. We need to like disable the button somehow. And maybe we just hide the button. Maybe we just hide it. Can we do that? Would that be weird? It's hard to know what would be weird. All right, I know I'm only 20 minutes, not even 20 minutes into the stream, and I got to take a bathroom break. But hey, that's what happens sometimes, you know? That's life. B, right, back, exclamation point, zoom in, notepad zoom in. Who would have thought? That's so awesome. I heard there was supposed to be some big notepad update that like added in some like extra things. I don't know. They're supposed to, I can't remember what it was, but Microsoft's going back with all these like classic apps and updating all these things, like calculator and everything. And there's another thing. I can't remember. I can never remember what. I read all these things and then these articles and then I forget. But anyway, notepad zoom. It's a thing. It's awesome. I just do the control key scroll. Look at that. Wow, we can go down to 20% all the way. I love it. All right. We'll be right back. Dropping a Jorana BRB. I spell it right? In the chat there. And yeah, don't go anywhere unless you want to. I can't stop you. All right. We'll be right back. Whoa, we are back. All right. I think what I'm gonna do, I've been trying to come up with some cool things for channel points, whatever, that sort of thing. So I think, you know, I can't think of anything that would be of value really to have. But the one thing I think that'd be just kind of funny would be like, let's just find some like old out of context clips from old shows or movies. And I've already got some ideas. I've already been thinking about this. I'm pretending like I'm pitching this. I'm coming up with this idea for the first time, but I've already been thinking about this a little bit. But just finding some old, just weird out of context clips, and then just throw, you know, then you can spend your channel points, and then that clip will pop on screen, and it'll just be some ridiculous thing, and that'll be it. Roiku. Idea. I don't know. I don't know what you're saying, Roiku. Is that Finnish for something? I'm just kidding. I'm pretty sure it's not Finnish. Kodako, play a song on guitar. That could be that's yeah, that might be something. Might be something. Oh, ideas. I got you. You're saying ideas like I got you. Roiku, what's going on? Good to see you. So, anyway, that's my idea. Yeah. I made another game overnight. Roiku, you're a machine. Although the art for it took me 10 hours. Whew. Well, that's why Populus doesn't really have any art. It's circles. I mean, not that spending 10 hours on art for, you know, obviously, depending on the size of the game, 10 hours might be very little, 10 hours might be a lot. So, it sounds like a lot in your case where you're making a game overnight. I had to crunch on the game all night because I joined the game jam on the final day. Woo. But it's on itch now. Oh, nice. Sweet. You can plug it in the chat if you want. Nice. I won't pull it up on stream, but I will. I'll check it out later. All right. It's a samurai rock, paper, scissors game. Nice. I like it. All right. So I was trying to think of this potential way we could avoid this bug without disabling our find match button, our finding opponent, our find whatever this game, the multiplayer button, whatever that's going to be called. But I think we're maybe just going to have to like hide it somehow. Or is there like some sort of, or if you click it, is there like some way to say, hey, you're already finding an opponent? You know, like if I click this, instead of going back to the finding opponent screen, it should just say, hey, we're already finding an opponent, and just not redirect, kind of. Not really redirecting, but yeah, let's look at, so if I click that button, if I click the, what is it? Match wait started. That's what that event. Okay, here we go. So we set up a new match wait screen. Yeah, so is there a way to... Do I have like a flag to say I'm waiting for a match? That would be something to check. Game dev never ends. Yeah, I hear you, Roiku. The amount of details is insane. Yeah, and I'm definitely spending way more time just on like the non-actual game things. You know. Like right now I'm just trying to figure out, oh, what should happen when you try to find a match, but then you want to like go back to the menu and do something else, but then what happens if you click that button again? So, you know, it's just like I haven't even worked on actual gameplay things in probably a month. I mean, the gameplay is kind of done, you know? I mean, like, actually a month, maybe that's not true, but for sure in a couple weeks. Haha, little things. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's just like menu things and whatever and getting them, you know. Yeah. And I still am not sure if the gameplay right now, the current gameplay is what's going to be the final thing. Like I might tweak some things. I might change. That was kind of the whole point of this project was like, I know I have kind of something cool to start with, but it's kind of like a lot of other things to do. Code to code lasts 20%, takes 80% of the time, for sure. Never have more truer words been spoken. Yeah. But we're close. We're definitely getting closer to kind of having an actual live multiplayer. And the last 20% isn't always even necessary. Right. Yeah, and that's kind of what I'm doing right now. Like I'm just, I mean, right now I have a potential like bug that would, you know, that I need to fix. Because of this, but yeah, I mean, I could just leave like this crappy programmer art kind of thing and like, you know, just, but I'm going to make it look a little better. I want to make it look reasonably good, you know, like at least fit, you know, kind of the way that this, like I like how I have kind of simple art that can pass as good enough. So that's kind of my main thing. Like I wouldn't, if I was trying to do all these crazy, you know, instead of like just real-time shapes drawing, like instead like doing like sprites or something and all this crazy animation stuff, I mean, that would be, I mean, if I would have started out doing that, I mean, maybe there'd be already be a robust system in place for that, but I don't know. Recently, I've started cutting off main menus for my games altogether. I push the player into the game tutorial right away. My title screen, maximum, it's maximum game title background art. Text says press start to play or something. Yeah, that's, I mean, that's pretty good. And especially, Roiku, if you're doing like game jam kind of stuff, right, we want to just go into the game immediately. And I've definitely, yeah, I mean, like that was how I originally had it. That's kind of how you start the game, right? You just, it starts up and you kind of go into the game right away because that's what happens as you're developing it. And then you get to a point where you're like, okay, we need to have some sort of main menu thing and then have a function to actually get into the game, you know, or whatever. And then we call that when you click a button or whatever. But yeah, now, I mean, I've got this, all of this code here, which is kind of just managing like the application state, like the events that happen that aren't the actual game. This is like, oh, you click, you wanted to start looking for a match. Oh, we started a countdown. We started the countdown timer for a match. Oh, we started whatever. We actually started the match. We ended the match. You quit the stats screen. You clicked the in-game quit button. You started the tutorial. You ended the tutorial. You know, stuff like that. All right. But we're going to get there. We're going to get there. So, what was I was thinking I had an idea for something. And now I don't really remember exactly what it is. Well, we were gonna do. Okay, I've got some. What is this? All right, I've got some animations that's printing or something. Countdown timer. Okay, let's clean that up quick while I'm thinking about it. All right, we don't need that. All right, so we need to have. Oh yeah, I wanted to see if I have like a flag somewhere, like in our match, in our web sockets wrap. Let's get rid of these multiple panes here, or these triple panes. Okay, I can close this. Maybe we'll keep that open. I can close this. Whoops, this. We want that. All right, so WebSockets wrapper. Okay, so I've got a few flags. It doesn't look like it. Okay. We could probably do this. I don't. If we click match weight started, if match weight widget, if this dot match weight widget. So I'm kind of doing this maybe bad thing where I'm like managing state based upon what things are. I'm not like doing this explicit like state management of our like, I'm not saying like there's not some like global or not. Well, yeah, some sort of like global flag that says, oh, we're waiting for a match, right? And then that gets set to true when you start waiting for a match, and it only gets set to false when you cancel or once a match actually starts. So, like instead, I can just see if the match, so the match wait widget is the object itself that represents this thing. So what I can do is I can just check. So if we try to click match wait started, so if I try to click this button again, I can just say if the match wait widget is something, then don't go to the finding opponent screen. Like I can just say that. So we could go, basically I could just do if match weight widget. Like let me just make a little temp to do here. To do maybe disable the find match button after waiting for a match or something like that. Something like that maybe. But in this case, we can at least now not go to, so if I do this, oh, wait a minute, I did, okay, if we need to do if not match weight widget. Okay, so let's refresh. So now if I click this, we're finding an opponent. We go here, we're finding an opponent, blah, 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 blah. We quit, we go back to the main menu. So we're still waiting for a match. And now if I click this, oh, player requested match. Okay, so we didn't do anything on the main menu, but our WebSockets wrapper object sent out another command because it's listening to that event, that match wait started event. Yeah. Snake Man, what's going on? Good to see you. Okay. So, okay, so then I'm trying to think if how we really want to, yeah, match weight started. Do I want to have some sort of flag? Or do we put an event instead of firing match weight started, the match weight started event from the button? Do we create like a new event that would be like the button find match button clicked? The application can then do this check and then fire off match weight started if needed. Like, let's have maybe just try a new event here. Event find match button clicked. Find match button clicked. Do a listener. All right, so we do find match button clicked. And then from there, we do our if this dot weight match weight widget match mate widget. If not this dot match weight widget, we do the stuff. Yeah, so if we're not, we basically do this stuff, and then maybe we call. Then we event emitter dot emit match weight started, and there's no parameters. Yeah, so what if we do this, and then I'm gonna copy this to do up. Maybe disable this find match button after waiting for a match. Okay. Find match button clicked. Okay, so then we go to I guess that's in the menu object here. Yeah, so then in the menu object, I have an on click for I thought I copied. Okay, there we go. Okay, so now instead of the button doing match weight started, it's going to fire this find match button clicked. It's going to get like its own little event. I feel like that's better because then the application can intercept that and then decide what to do, and then whether or not the server needs to be notified. All right, so let's try this. Okay, so we do this, finding an opponent, we start practicing, we go back, we quit. Okay, so now if I click this, yes, now the server is not getting any message. Because our finding match widget is not null. So we're skipping, whatever. All right. So I think we're good there. I mean, we still might end up like disabling this button actually, but yeah, I mean functionality wise we are there. I think, I mean, there might be some other little details I need to clean up. But functionality-wise, we are there. We're pretty much done. Now it's basically just UI, graphics and stuff to make this look a little better. For one, well, okay, so first we'll be making, I think, maybe the loading icon. So we do, when we do this, finding an opponent, we need to obviously, well, okay, I think first we'll address this finding opponent screen first. So we need to have some sort of little loading thing. And I'm thinking maybe like just doing something to animate the little 3 dots. F Society. Yo, what's going on, F Society? Good to see you. So I'm thinking these 3 dots, we'll do something. Like that's an animation. It'll be a simple little animation. We don't need, they'll just be moving somehow. And maybe, I mean, I'm using Arial for the font for everything. So maybe, and it's clear that these are like little squares. And that screen resizing isn't a thing, and this button in hard-coded position. So it's clear these are like little squares. So maybe, well, maybe we could do like our own little circles and like animate them. Instead of squares, we could do circles. Because it's Populus. It's all about bubbles. Roiku, the loading icon could be something that's just spinning. Yeah, I've thought about, well, I don't want this big anymore. It could be something spinning. But I'm thinking probably of doing something with the little ... just to kind of give some sort of movement to what's going on. You know. And then like if you go to practice or whatever and quit, like you would still see that up here and you would see the little ... kind of moving. Or we could do, maybe we could just animate the text itself. We could do like a sine wave thing. We could do finding opponent or something. That'd be kind of cool, but that would also be... Well, that was kind of my idea with the ... is maybe do a little sine wave thing. Like the one moves up, kind of like the wave, you know, at sporting events. Like one goes up, one goes down. F Society, what's cooking? We're working on animation kind of stuff right now, ish. I think we've got all our functionality there. As far as user experience goes, well, the menu and everything getting around that. Frulu, howdy. Frulu, what's going on? Hey, thanks for the sub, Frulu. I really appreciate that. You dropped that the other day. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate that. That's... I'm not deserving. I'm not deserving of any subs. How hard would it be to do a little... Frulu's got that snowman toilet there. I like that. I gotta... Tomorrow, we'll do a stream tomorrow. Like, my stream schedule is not going to be interrupted at all by Christmas and New Year's. Because I do Mondays and Tuesdays. So this Monday, this Tuesday, that's fine. And next Monday and Tuesday, that's going to be fine for me as well. So tomorrow, maybe I'll get a Santa hat or something. It'll be the Christmas stream. Because that'll be the Christmas Eve. Yeah. Or I do have a bad Christmas sweater, so maybe we'll wear that. That'll be my festivity. Festiveness. All right. So, Um, let's try like a little sine wave thing. Dot dot dot. With a little like we'd have to like I think we could do that and make them look relatively good without we would need to do actually I think we could do so let's I already do a repeating sine wave for the tutorial arrow. So this thing, I'm doing an animation that repeats. So basically the one animation cycle is one period of the sine wave, and then it just seamlessly repeats. The animation just starts over, and then whatever. So that's what we'll do. But we'll do that with oh, we're not worried about the widget right now. We are going to just look at the finding opponent screen. You know what? This is going to be a pain to lay this out. Badger, what's going on? All right. Trying to think of what the best way to do this is, because we kind of also need to like lay out what happens. I want to try something here. What happens if I put a CR or a new line? What happens if I put a new line in this text? So my brain's kind of in a bunch of different places here. But right now, more or less what we're thinking about is the layout of this screen. So right now, there's no dynamic resizing or anything, which that's a part we need to add. But if we do, it does size up the first time. So basically the finding opponent is centered up on the 1/3 line. And then we kind of want our button kind of maybe centered on the 2/3 line. That's nice. That's nice, whatever. When are you launching the multiple player arena? We're getting there. I am just tweaking kind of the menus and getting around and all of that stuff. And then once we have that and it works, it works right now. Currently, functionality-wise, it works. It's kind of fine. But we need to make it better. We need to make it look nicer. It needs to kind of fit kind of the style of the, kind of the more or less the nicely spaced style of everything. And we need to have an actual new button now for the multiplayer. And I need to figure out how I want to have that. So there'll be unfortunately, it's going to take a lot longer than it feels like it should to kind of lay all that out and do all of that, but we'll get there. Yeah, so right now I'm just worried about, I'm just trying to make the finding opponent screen look better. Opponent. Sometimes when I say it fast, I omit that last N there, the second N. So apologies for that. All right. I want to look at the button here real quick. I want to see what happens if I put a new line in the button. Okay, so we need to go to the match weight screen. So what happens if we do a template string and we do this? We put an enter in there. We put a return, a new line. Okay, it just does that. Okay, so that's, yeah, because we're passing the text to the canvas wrapper, or this is going into the canvas method, rendering text. So there's no multi-line support for that. So it seems. So we can do, let's see. What happens if we do this? Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. So we've got the size of our text and everything is and position is good, more or less. There might be, yeah, we do have message text font ratio. Okay. All right, so we need to have a button. Well, for one, we need our button to say, like, our button text needs to be something like practice while you wait. Right? That's the idea we're trying to communicate. Practice while you wait. Obviously, that doesn't really work so well. If we do, unless, I mean, we could make the button a lot bigger. And I think, okay, so I think the text size is actually positioned based, the text font size is set based upon the radius size of the button. There's like a ratio of the height of the text to the radius of the button. That way, like the word while looks kind of nice, like relative to the size of the button. That's kind of what happens here with the play button. So like the font size gets set based upon the size of the button, right? So if we scale our button up, if we make our button, 250, like a lot bigger, like the font scales up with it, right? So it doesn't do it vice versa, where if you scale the font, the button radius just scales. Because doing a circle button is kind of a weird thing, just because you have to fit text inside of it, and it's like the wider, if it's a perfect circle, the wider you make it to fit wider text, obviously the more like bigger the radius of the button is, and then you just get this ridiculous amount of padding on the other sides, right? Versus like a square button or a rectangle button, you just fit it. You could have like this nice equal padding around the text, and then the rectangle just, because text kind of is rectangular, right? But a circle, obviously that's not the thing, not really so much of a thing. So we need to have maybe like, yep, pit sweat there? No? Okay. I was kind of getting a little sweaty before, in case anyone was interested. All right. So this is probably good enough. We could just leave it like this. Just kidding. I was just kidding. That was a joke. Well, maybe we could leave it like this. So I've got if I recall correctly with my button object, I've got a Boolean I can pass button. So again, these buttons are all from scratch. This is all my own. This is all just stuff that's drawn on canvas. So it's all JavaScript handling the mouse and everything and all of that stuff, the clicks. So we've got flexibility here, which is nice because of that. But at the same time, I don't want to really add a bunch of things to what I already have. So we've got our button class here is what I'm looking at, and we've got all these different kind of some state things here. And this really maybe should be called like a circle button or something, because this is kind of just a specific. We kind of have like a little generic like reusable button object, but in this case it's kind of directly a circle button. If I create a new button, it's going to be a circle in whatever. Guess it's time. Sorry, I don't know if I got the context on what you're talking about there, Badger. Okay, so let's do. I want to try to make the font smaller, so I want to have the font not scale, and I think you can pass something in params. Yes. Oh yeah. If we pass a font size, okay. So if we pass a font size in our parameters object when we construct a button, then we use that font size, so we kind of can override the automatic calculation of the button font size. Otherwise, it does this little. It calculates the font size as this uses this ratio to the size of the radius of the button. So it kind of slaves this font size to the radius of the button. So okay. So all I have to do is just pass up my own font size in. So then we can, have our own whatever font size that we store in the thing. But I am going to take a quick bathroom break. So we'll be right back. All right, we are back. I might need to refresh my coffee here. It's getting a little lukewarm. Okay, so let's pass a font size in with our button. So we've got, where do we set up the button? Here's the button, practice button. So we'll keep the text practice while you wait, but we're doing this hard-coded 250 radius right now. Oh no, wait a minute. That's not what we want. We need to just pass a font size. Let's move it down below the text there. So we need to pass a font size. Let's just do, I don't know, what is the current font size at 250? What is this like? It's like 20 pixels there, 40, 60, 80-ish pixels, maybe a little less than 80, 75 pixels tall there, maybe. So let's do, what did we have before? We had a radius of 50. Okay, so that's maybe like 25 pixels there currently. I guess technically I could just do a CLG. We could print practice button dot initial font size 23.5. Wow, my pixel sense is just amazing. It's impeccable. I said 25 and we got 23.5. Who's got that much stuff? I don't know. I'm actually not that good. Groupith. This looks fun. I'm just starting with JavaScript with no previous code experience. Well, besides HTML/CSS. Groupith, welcome. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Well, that's cool. Just starting JavaScript with no previous code experience besides HTML and CSS. Yeah, especially with web, I think HTML and CSS is probably more important to understand first if you're getting into it. But cool. Very cool. Yes, I'm yeah, this is a game I'm working on called Populus. You can throw it down there in the chat. You can play it live right now, populus.gg. And it's a game where you basically just pop these bubbles. It's not really too much to it. I'll just give you the quick little demo here. So you fire up the game, you see some bubbles. You got to pop the bubbles in the order that they appear here. So starting with this pink one. So to pop it, you hover your mouse over it and you click. You left click or you hit the space bar. I like the space bar personally. And then you basically just keep going. So it's the bubbles are kind of shifting there on the side. The bubbles were supposed to pop. So you just kind of go and see how many you can pop and see how fast. And currently we're working on multiplayer right now. Well, at the exact moment, I'm working on kind of laying out the menus and everything and that pertain to the multiplayer gameplay. But yeah, Groupith, if you're if you got any questions, JavaScript questions, just let me know. I mean, I'm not really an expert, but I've been doing JavaScript for a while now. And basically, this whole game is all done just on an HTML canvas element, and then I'm basically all these graphics. In fact, these buttons, these aren't HTML buttons. These aren't CSS animations. This is all my own kind of game engine stuff. That's all happening in JavaScript. So there's very little HTML. And zero CSS. There's no CSS files. There's a little bit of like style setting. Like I set the body to no padding or whatever the default body padding is. I do that. But otherwise, I'm not very good with CSS. So I don't even really consider myself that much of a web developer in that sense, or front end, I guess. So, yeah. Groupth. Yeah, I think once I get down practice with functions and arrays, I want to build a to-do list and a temperature converter. Nice. Yeah, that's great stuff to start with for sure. Yeah. I mean, the temperature converter, that would be a much simpler thing, because that's just one little math thing, right? Unless you're, I mean, I don't know if you're trying to have it more sophisticated than that. But yeah, those sound pretty good. Those sound pretty good. Yeah, and programming is it's definitely a steep learning curve. You know, any language, just, you know, not just JavaScript, whatever. I'm currently learning C, actually, myself, the C programming language. But it's kind of like once you learn a programming language and how to really think in that way, you kind of can pick up any language for the most part going forward. A lot of them are very similar. But I can design what it would look like in my head. I just need to know the syntax. Right. For sure. Yeah. And that's something that, yeah, as you get better, you'll just get better and better at kind of understanding, like, how to build, not so much the syntax, not even so much the syntax. Because the syntax is kind of like the last point, right? It's thinking about, okay, how can I implement this thing? And then how would I do it in, like, my head or on a piece of paper? Like, just draw it out. Like, okay, I want a to-do list or something, so I'm going to have an array of things, right? An array of what? Strings? I don't know. An array of objects. One of them is a ID. One of them's a string, you know, or something. So you think about all that. You get all that kind of in your head, and then the syntax part of it's kind of secondary once you get to that point. So, but for sure, the steep learning curve of syntax is a thing. Codico, how is C going with pointers and all? It's going well. It's going pretty well. Yeah, pointers. I actually really like pointers. I like dealing with memory. It's a lot of fun. It's a little bit different getting used to that, you know, like if you, but once you kind of wrap your head around, yeah, like, okay, I want to have this array of something, or I'm going to load an image up into memory. Groupth is now following. Groupth, thanks for the follow. I really appreciate it. Because I've been kind of doing some little C projects. Like I did a little BMP file library to read and write bitmap images. And that's a lot of fun. That kind of stuff's a lot of fun. I mean, maybe to start after those are fun, like probably starting projects, but I could see that those being a little tedious after you kind of know what you're doing. But it's fun once you're like, whoa, I'm reading this file byte for byte into memory. That's cool. You know, I'm like reading through, trying to get the size of the file from the file header and then loading all the bytes up into memory. That's, you know, like that stuff's cool. But then I could see that getting boring after a while. But yeah, it's like, it's kind of an interesting way to like think compared to like something like JavaScript, you know, like you load up an array of, you know, you create like maybe a data structure for a pixel, right? And maybe you're doing like 24-bit color. So you've got a RGB, you've got an RGB members of that struct, and they've got, you know, those are each 8 bits. So like you kind of allocate memory for that. You read that from the file, you load that up, and then like you got the pointer to the first one. And like that's totally foreign when you think about JavaScript. Like you think about all these things that you have at your disposal that are really easy. Like an array, you just have the length of the array. But in C, it's like, no, you don't have the length of the array. You have to keep track of the length of the array yourself, you know. Or if if you're dynamically allocating some memory, you know, you got to keep track of all that yourself. Which sounds like, whoa, that's crazy, but it's really not. It's really not. I mean, once you kind of get a little more used to it, but yeah. All right. So all right, so we're trying to get, I want to get a, I think we want to make this button bigger. I actually think I maybe like this font size, the font size right now, but we just make the button bigger. So we need to, in order to do that, we need to pass a font size when we construct the button. So if I do this, let's just, we'll do a font size of 22 maybe. And then, okay, so we got a font size 22. Put a comma at the end there. And then we've got our button. We want to scale the button up. Maybe let's just double the size of the button. Let's just see how that looks. All right, so we're almost fitting the text in there, but that looks funny. I don't like the way that looks. I don't like that much text. Practice while you wait is just kind of stupid. I need to like come up with better text, better English. Groupith, how long have you been programming for? It's a good question. I kind of had like an easing into programming. Like I kind of actually I had an IT job, kind of like an IT intern job back in 2012, 2013. So probably around like 2013-ish, maybe the end of 2013, I started getting into like more command line kind of stuff. And at some point, I started getting into this little programming language called AutoIt, which is very much like it's actually a pretty cool little scripting language for like just building little GUIs and stuff for Windows, very like portable versus like having to build something with Visual Basic or something, visualbasic.net or whatever. So that was probably in like 2013, and I probably started doing a little more JavaScript stuff in like 2014. Started building my first JavaScript-ish game in 2016. And at that point in time, I really didn't know what I was doing, and I still don't really know what I'm doing, but I know a lot more of what I'm doing now. So yeah, that's kind of a hard question to exactly nail down, but I think I kind of answered it there. And I kind of started a little bit of C++ in there. I've done some projects and work with like Visual Basic, and I've done a lot of, yeah. All right, so yeah, there's no way we're gonna make this look good. Like I don't want to have this like little paragraph, practice while you wait, of text or something like that. It's just silly. So, I mean, we could do something maybe like, let's try this. We're going to try something a little crazier. We're going to do, I don't want to have an OK button. OK buttons are somewhat crazy, but Cool Boy Jedi. Hey, what's going on, Cool Boy Jedi? Thanks for hanging out. Can't you just new line after a while? Actually, the new line doesn't work because it's part of... So the way I'm drawing the text on the screen is... I actually just tried that earlier. Actually, let's see what happens if I didn't do the new line. I did a template string like this with the kind of the implicit new line. I did this. I did practice while you wait or something. I did something like that. But let's actually try putting an explicit /n in there. Let's just do it like right here, maybe. But it shouldn't work because I'm using, the text is being rendered through the HTML canvas. So yeah, there's no, it doesn't handle that. Because basically you're like, I think it's just kind of filling the text inside of a rectangle that you specify. So there's no wrapping. Basically, we're on our own if we want to do text wrapping. But I kind of don't like this much text inside of a button anyway. Like even if it was a rectangle button, even if we had rectangle buttons in this, which we could, but I don't want that just for graphics sake, for design sake. Groupith, noob question. I'm just doing some basic practice with variables in JS and Visual Studio. How do I see the console output of my JavaScript code? I'm using Live Server 2. So you're doing Visual Studio, you're doing via Visual Studio Code like I have, or actual Visual Studio? Like I have Visual Studio Code, the blue one. Visual Studio is a purple one, I think. The purple one, right? Like Visual Studio 2019, purple or blue? Same one as you, blue, okay. I kind of wish they didn't use the name Visual Studio Code. They should have just called it. I mean, we call it VS Code, but I don't know. They should have came up with a different name. Microsoft. Anyway, same one as me. Okay, so Groupith, I would suggest Cool Boy Jedi, I use VS Code. How do I get started coding in JS? And what would be some good starting projects? Well, Cool Boy Jedi, you're kind of in the same boat as Groupith there. Well, okay, so that's kind of a complicated question because one thing I would maybe suggest, okay, so Groupith, to go back to Groupith's question first. How do I see console output of my JavaScript code? So there's kind of two things you can do. So like JavaScript, for example, JavaScript, it's not really a general purpose programming language. So you're not really writing like a program that's going to be run on your computer. You're not building like, I don't know. You know, JavaScript is used in the browser, right? It's used to control, manipulate the web browser. My camera losing focus again. And back in 2012 or whatever, some long time ago, ancient times, there was Groupith var name, Groupith console log name. I'm wondering, where do I see the output? Right. So I'm kind of getting into explaining that. So a while ago there was Node.js. So Node.js is kind of like taking JavaScript but making it like a back-end web development language, right? So there's JavaScript that's in the web browser. And if you really want to just kind of simply screw around with JavaScript, you can, you know, open up a console in Chrome or your whatever browser. And like if I just open up, like the console opens up by default. Like if I F12 in Chrome, that opens up the console, right? And I can do const name equals Jared, and that, whoops, oh yeah, and then I can do console log name, and then it prints Jared. And it prints undefined because it's printing whatever the function that you called returns, which is annoying, but that's kind of how like most JavaScript consoles work. So if you have Node.js, so Node.js is kind of what lets you do, I think it's kind of cool. If we just create a new little folder here, I'm going to call this, I'm just going to call it test node. I just threw it on my desktop. I can create a new file. We can call this main.js or something like that. And then I can open up with Visual Studio, I open up a terminal here. So inside my main.js file, I can do whatever I want, right? We can do const name, we can do some JavaScript, we can do Jared, and then we can do console log name, kind of like you were saying there. And Visual Studio Code decides to block that out, but that's kind of dumb. That doesn't make any sense. I don't know why. TS name is deprecated. What name? This is my name. So then I can come in here. So when I install Node.js, I can come in here and type node, and I can kind of run my JavaScript file as like a little separate program. So I can do node main.js. I can run it, and then it prints Jared, and we're done, right? And I could do, you know, I could have whatever else in here. I could have my function sum a, b, and I could say let's have our function sum return a plus b. And then we can, so we just defined our function here. We didn't actually run it yet. And then we could say, we could come in here. We could actually, we could have a variable called number. And we're going to make that equal to sum 4. And we're going to pass a 4 and a 5. So our sum, we're going to call our sum function now. So that's going to take 4 plus 5, make it 9. And that's going to put 9 in our number variable here, which is actually a constant. But then we can print number down here. So I've saved my main.js file, and we can go back down to our console. We can do node main.js, and then we got 9. So with Node.js, you can kind of do stuff like that. But JavaScript itself is just a programming language that's being used by other things. It's not really like if I was writing. We kind of need something to do something with it, right? So we can either use Node, and again, Node is kind of a system for writing servers with JavaScript. It's kind of in place to let you build your web application servers with using a JavaScript as a programming language. Otherwise, you're doing the browser. You're using your browser to actually, type some JavaScript and do things with it, like a console. One thing you can also do with Node is you can just come in here in a command line and you can just type Node, and then it will drop you into Node.js, whatever. So Node.js, you just do a Google search for it and you can pick it up just for kind of screwing around with JavaScript. And if you just type Node plain, the command Node, it'll actually drop you into a Node REPL, it's called, which is read eval print loop is what it stands for. So you can come in here and you can just type some line by line JavaScript here, just kind of const name equals Jared, and then you can just do stuff like that, and it's kind of like a Chrome console, right? Which would also be some kind of REPL. And you can kind of see here it's returning undefined when you execute a single line, whatever. That's just kind of how it is. But otherwise, there's another thing that I like to use from time to time for testing. If installed Node, does it automatically connect to VS Code? You don't. So basically, there's no connecting to VS Code. So VS Code just has this handy dandy terminal built into it. But there's no difference in just opening up an old school Windows command prompt, which I say old school, but it's not really old school. And if I decided to go into my desktop folder here, and then inside of I created a folder, what did I call it? Test node. So cd test node. So I just opened this old school command prompt. This has nothing to do with VS Code or anything. I can come in here and I can do node main.js. And it's printing the current saved file that we had here, right? But we don't need VS Code at all for any of this. We don't need anything. I can open notepad main.js. I can kill VS Code. VS Code's no longer running with that folder. I could come in here. I could just use Notepad as like my thing. I could say, let's, obviously not really advisable to be writing code in Notepad. I mean, you can do it, but let's just print this a bunch of times. Console.log. We're just going to basically repeat the same thing. We're saving. I'm saved my main.js file here. We go back to node. We're going to run node main.js again. And there we go. Prints it 3 times. So there's nothing to do with VS Code. Node is just a command line tool. Use it whenever you want, wherever, whenever. VS Code is just trying to be helpful in giving you a command prompt built in, right? That's what the terminal tab is. And not only that, it lets you do like a bunch of them, right? I can do 3 at once, and I could come in here and I could do node main.js, and I could do node main.js, and I could do something else completely different, right? And the default one is it's using Windows PowerShell, which if we just open up a plain PowerShell, it looks like this, right? Which is just an alternative to the old CMD, which you could open CMD as well somewhere else. I don't know how. Somehow, this thing is awful. I hate VS Code. They need to kind of figure out how to do this. I never liked it from the beginning, how it works. Like new terminal, like what is, I don't know what's going on. If I close this, no, that's not what I want. All right. Yeah. So anyway, oh yeah, then it keeps all these open. I don't want all these open. It like opens layers or something. I don't know. I don't understand how this all works, but kill this one. Kill it. Okay. Now we just have one. No, killed it. Get rid of this one. That just closes the window. No, I didn't want to do that. Trash. Trash. Oh, that's killing them one at a time. Okay, now we're just back to this one. Hey, there's something here in VS Code called Create JavaScript Debug Terminal. I have no idea what that is. No, that's nothing. That's stupid. All right, we're going to kill that. Kill that. Anyway. Yeah, I was wondering that because when I open Node, it just opens a command prompt. Right. Yeah, so if you search for Node, it's just going to open a blank REPL. You can start typing JavaScript right in here. Const name. That's kind of what we did before. Just opening a Node REPL is or opening Node from the GUI like this is the same as just going here and typing Node. Because now Node gets added to your path variables. Your OS or your user path variables. Kind of getting a command prompting terminal stuff is a little weird. But that's something that I think anybody getting started with programming should get a good handle on using, getting good at a command line too. It's really not that hard, right? It's just it's an alternative way to interact with your computer, really. It's the old school way. Before there were windows and clicking and dragging and mouse and mice and whatever, you just had a keyboard and you just typed stuff and it ran stuff and it told you what was happening. So I would say that's you know, yeah, finding a good like terminal command prompt, command line tutorial is also a good thing to know. But yeah, there's no linking of stuff together. VS Code is just like a notepad, and it happens to have the ability to hook into a command prompt there by opening a terminal window. Any program I make usually ends up as a command console interactive program. Well, yeah, cool boy Jedi. You know what you're talking about then. So that's good. Yeah. Yeah, and that's a good way to start, you know, if you're doing any kind of thing, like that's kind of the most basic program to really make, you know, just some sort of thing where you can interact in and out, you know, have input some data, output some data, whatever. Made a Yahtzee program that uses the terminal in different colors for different people using ANSI escape codes to change the color. Nice, nice. Yeah. You got it. You got it, cool boy Jedi. You got the idea. But oh, I was gonna say one more thing here. So one tool that I kind of use from time to time is Quokka.js. Did I disable it? Where is it? Why is it not showing up in here? Is it going to show up in my game window here? In my... No. Okay, something happened and now I don't have Quokka.js. Oh, we don't actually... Okay, hang on. Yeah, I like to use something called Quokka.js, which is an extension you can get for VS Code. And there might be better ones. I don't know. I don't really care too much. It kind of does enough for me. But basically what you can do with Quokka.js is I always... there's two commands, so I always do Control-Shift-P in VS Code. And then there's a couple commands that you can do where you can do, and these are always at the top of my most recent used, but you could do Quokka.js, new JavaScript file, or start, so as you type the commands, it'll like find them for you. So if you do, I like to do, for like getting my own little console if I need to test something, like test a JavaScript feature. Like I don't remember exactly how this works, so I just need like a little scratch pad to kind of test it quick. So I'll do like new JavaScript file with the Quokka.js, and that opens just like a little untitled window here, and it's fine. I'm not going to save it at all. When I'm done with it, I can just close this tab. But then basically, it switches us over to this output tab in our terminal thing here, and what it's kind of cool because we can type some JS. We can go back to our const name Jared. And then it gives you like these little things. I don't really need these things, but starting out it might be nice. And then basically it's kind of like on the fly, real time, telling you errors. Like I redeclared a constant variable here. Name has already been declared. Identifier names are, oh, that's actually, yeah, that'd be the same thing. Okay. Okay, so like if I do, maybe I wanted to have an array. So we have const r, and then we want to have some just random integers in there. And then, maybe I was like, oh, how do I get the last number of an array or something? Maybe I do console that. I can come in here, do console.log, and we can do, I want to go r.length -1. And then I can go, oh yeah, that is the, and then it'll print, it'll like do for the console log here, it'll print the thing here for you in order, right? Or if we wanted to like loop over each element in the array, we could do array.for each, and then we could do that. Whoops. I'm just kind of going fast here, but then we could do console.log a, right? And then if you do like a loop with Quokka, it'll like print out everything that happens in that loop just on that same line there, which is kind of nice. Or if you hover over it, I guess it does that. Or down here in the output, you can see it actually doing So I'm printing each item in the array. So 4, 7, 3, 8, 9, 3, and then we see that there, right? So that's kind of a cool little thing, just for testing things really quickly. You can also do stuff like if I just did this, so you don't even have to do console log. I can just do array and then do an array semicolon, and it'll like kind of print it out there for you on that line, which is pretty nice. So like if you've got some sort of variable, I can do const something equals array index 4, and we could type something right there, and then it'll be a 9. Index 4 of our array is the number 9. Fantastic. There's something else I was going to say. Oh, groupith. I noticed you used the keyword var. I would suggest staying away from the keyword var, right? So you can do var name equals something, right? I would stay away from using var. It's kind of been replaced. Obviously, it's still usable in modern JavaScript because of legacy, whatever. It's still a thing, but I would actually stay away from it. There's two new keywords. Just got back from the bathroom, so stop using var. Yes, there's two new keywords called let and const. So I would get rid of var, and then you want to use name. You can do let name, and then you can change, when you do that, you can change it. So you can do name equals something else, right? And ignore that VS Code for whatever reason is saying, I don't know why, const name. Like, does it not want me to use that? Or we'll do something else. My name, just so we can get rid of that stupid syntax thing. My name, and then we'll do my name here. So let is what you should be using instead of var. And then there's also a new one called const, a new variable declaration thing called const. So basically that lets you declare something and you can't change it. So if I do this, const equals this, we get the error assignment to constant variable. So I'm getting this in Quokka.js. Let change and const does not change. Yes, basically. But the reason why you want to use these is actually because of variable scoping. So this is just another little pro tip while we're here. So the problem is, and I'm sure you've maybe started looking a little bit at variable scoping, Groupith, where basically you declare a variable. You know, if I have a variable, if I have a function, let's do sum. And then I did this example before, we passed 2 numbers to it. And let's say we've got we do a variable here called, if we did it the old, well, okay, actually we'll just do my var, my sum equals A plus B. The variable my sum is only available inside of this function, right? So maybe we return my sum with our function, something like that. So this variable is only available if I try to console.log my sum. Whoa. There we go. We get my sum is not defined, right? So the thing is, so the thing that we want to use const and let for is basically var. What var does, var scopes the variable to the nearest function. So that's, if we were to have like an if statement, let's just create a new function. We're going to call it myfunc. Whoa. And we won't take any parameters. We'll just do something. We'll have an if statement in here. Whoops. Which this is a stupid if statement, but we'll do that. So let's say we were to declare some variable in here with var ASDF equals something. Technically, this var is not scoped to inside of our if statement, which is kind of what we'd want this to have. Like, that's what all programming languages basically have. JavaScript's just dumb and doesn't have that with var. Just for whatever reason, they didn't have that. Var actually gets hoisted up to the myfunc. So it'll start doing funky things if you're using var. But if you replace this with let or const, because most of the time you actually don't need to change your variables that you declare a lot of the times. If you do that, now ASDF is only accessible inside of this block. So the nearest block, which is opening and closing braces. So we can only access ASDF, obviously below, after it was declared, inside of this block. So our else statement won't have, or so for the reason, so like with var, we do var ASDF. Whoops, I didn't want to save that. We do var ASDF, and we can do console log ASDF. Oh. We need to actually call the function, I guess. Myfunc. Myfunc. Let me just do this. If A, okay, so we'll pass null. Actually, it's undefined with var. So we're there. Okay, otherwise we do true. All right. Well, so in this example, I don't remember exactly what this is what the case is where this can really screw you up. But, I guess technically, well, anyway. Anyway, you just want to use let and const. Take my word for it. In fact, you want to try to use const all the time, basically. And only when you actually need a variable to change, use let. Because a lot of times, we don't need variables to change. Father Donald is now following. Father Donald, thanks for the follow. I really appreciate it. Oh, and Groupith, you said you went to the bathroom. So I was just explaining. I use this extension called Quokka.js. That's what I'm using here. This VS Code extension. Quokka.js, the orange thing here. Quokka, if you can see that. But basically, that's what I was using here, which is kind of a nice way in VS Code. You can do this without installing anything else. Basically, you just install VS Code and you do Quokka.js. And then you get some commands in VS Code. I do Control-Shift-P in VS Code, and then you could start typing up here in my most recently used. But if you did like new JavaScript file, oops, you could do that. And then it opens up a new little blank file for you. And it's not physically saved anywhere unless you save it. But from here, you can just kind of do CLG, ASDF, and it kind of like prints stuff out for you automatically. Or you can do, if you have an array, const A equals an array of some numbers, something like that. Oops. Typing too fast here. And then if I can just type like A:, and it'll like print it out for me on this line, kind of just, or not really print it out, but just kind of show you. So I use that for just kind of testing things really quickly. If I want to like remember how to do something JavaScripty that I don't want to screw around with my actual code, I can just do a little test here, kind of as a little test console. Groupith, would you recommend that I use that or Node for learning the basics of JS? That's kind of a complicated question just because of, I wish it wasn't really a complicated question. If you're really learning, okay, so if you want to learn JavaScript interacting with like HTML and everything, then you don't want to do Node. You don't want to use Node because Node doesn't do any sort of interacting with a web browser. There's no DOM. There's no document object model. So I don't know what the answer really to that is. If you're really looking at doing front-end web development, you're really looking at Ryan Tupo is raiding. Ryan Tupo. Thanks for the raid. Really appreciate it. How come that didn't jingle? Where's the jingle? There's supposed to be like a little jingle when I get raided. What is going on? Ryan Tupo, hey man. Ryan, what's going on? Thanks for the raid. I really appreciate it. I really do. Thank you very much. I'll give you you and your raiders a little taste of what I'm working on here. Actually, I've been kind of doing a little bit of a Groupith in the chat. He's been asking some JavaScript questions. He's been kind of answering some of those. Just studying algs and mine started melting, so I'll be back live later. My mind. Yeah, I got you. Nice. That's cool. Yeah, algorithms. I should really know more. I know a bubble sort. Is that good enough? Will that get me the job at Google? Yeah, so let's look at my game here, Populus. Let's give a little quick demo. So yeah, I'm working on a game called Populus. It's a crappy game. It's terrible. You probably don't want to play it, but you can. You can play it. Populus.gg. I just dropped the link down there in the chat. It's a game where you pop bubbles. So you can click the play button. And it'll do a little countdown and start. And you got 30 seconds to pop as many bubbles as you can. So you pop the bubbles in order that they appear here. So we're supposed to pop this pink one first. So what that means is we just hover over the bubble with our mouse and press the space bar or click, and we popped, and then we just keep going. So we just kind of keep going, whatever bubble's in that top position there, we just, yeah. And if we make a mistake or whatever, we kind of have a little bit of a penalty kind of thing. So yeah, very underwhelming game. You're probably regretting rating me now. I'm just kidding. Maybe not. I don't want to insult you for. I really appreciate the raid, of course. Playing it right now. Nice. What's the high score? So there's no right now. Well, okay. So I'm working on multiplayer right now, and we're gonna have kind of a competitive thing going on. There'll be some rankings and everything. So we don't have anything like that live right now. But my fastest time is probably Cool Boy Jet. I got 40. Nice. That's pretty good. That's pretty good for up front. I've got a bit more than 40. I think my record is maybe like 82 in 30 seconds. That's a little crazy. I could be lying too about that, but yeah. Why did it not jingle when Ryan Tupo rated? Does it show? Okay, so it shows up there. All right, we got to fix the jingles. Just got 44. Nice. 44 is pretty good. That's pretty good. Yeah, and if you're, you can use the space bar or the left click to pop the bubbles. I prefer using the space bar. I feel like it's just kind of, I feel like the click kind of interrupts my flow, if you know what I mean. Oof. Making a lot of mistakes. But yeah. So yeah, Groupith. Groupith, you might want to find like a good, maybe, I know you're trying to work on kind of like a to-do list kind of thing. And it really depends on whether you want to use Node.js or something else for kind of learning JavaScript. It's kind of a tricky question, and it really depends on whether or not you want to fall into like just doing kind of front-end web development or kind of back-end web development, or maybe both, full stack. That's what the kids call it these days. That kind of depends on, because I showed you Node before, and again, that's more of like a server thing. It's kind of like a server application thing, right? Like you want to have a website with users and some database or you connect to, and you do a bunch of stuff, and you kind of have, if you want to have a to-do list that you have and you share and you do something else. Well, I assumed I would start with front-end dev, but I would eventually like to learn back-end web. Gotcha. Yeah, so I would suggest maybe looking at, I don't know, you probably want to just go through whatever JavaScript tutorials, seem to be good out there. And I'm not really up on that, what would be a good one to start with. But somehow, because like you said, you already know HTML and CSS, so you want to try to find the ways that you can have JavaScript kind of automate HTML and CSS and kind of figure out how that works to some extent. While in tandem, kind of just learning JavaScript by itself as well, kind of learning the language, arrays, functions, loops, iterations, whatever. Iterators? I should have said iterators, but you don't really need to actually learn about iterators. Ryan Tupo needs a restart button for when you mess up and you want a quick restart. Yes, actually, I am kind of working on that. It might not be, I was going to have the R key be the restart the quick restart kind of thing. So it would like kick you back right away to like the countdown. I was kind of running into some trickier questions I had to answer to figure out how I wanted to implement that. So I kind of deferred that for the time being. Deferred working on that feature for the time being, but I would like to have that eventually running. I'm going to take a really quick bathroom break. Really quick. We're going to be right back. I'm going to throw my only emote in the chat, which is Durana BRB, which is a toilet because I take a lot of bathroom breaks. So there it is. And yeah, we'll be right back. I'm going to grab some more coffee too. But don't worry, it won't be very long. All right, we are back. We're back. Okay, I almost tripped on my Vive headset cable here. I was doing a little VR this weekend. Ooh, okay. All right, so yeah, so Groupith, I'm just trying to think if you're still around. I was just trying to think of some other things. I would say you probably want to find like maybe some sort of good front end web development tutorial maybe with a good emphasis on JavaScript, the JavaScript side of things. So like you probably don't want something that's too not JavaScript focused. I mean, I would point you to stuff like React, which is a front end framework in JavaScript for doing things. But you really should have the good basic understanding of how JavaScript works before you start diving into like an actual framework with JavaScript. But that's kind of the thing these days in front-end web development is stuff like that, like React, and being able to use those. Groupith, been using free code camp, but also do not want to get stuck in tutorial hell. Actually want to start writing my own stuff and problem solving live. I respect that for sure, Groupith, for sure. I was kind of pointing you there more towards to kind of see like what would be a good front-end kind of project or a good way to like start. What I kind of do, like just learning programming tutorial wise, like I might kind of just look up how to like get something started or get something on the screen, and then kind of just like from there kind of understand, okay, that at least gets me started, and I can kind of use my own imagination to come up with, whatever from there. But yeah, definitely, yeah, you don't want to be just stuck doing tutorials all the time. Because yeah, doing tutorials is like, what do you want to do? You want to build the Lego set with the instructions and just put the brick here and here and here? Or do you want to, build your own, design your own little Lego castle, or whatever? Father Donald, you were in the same boat as me. Me or Groupith, Father Donald? Groupith. Gotcha. But I want to learn some basics of JS before I get into manipulating the DOM. Well, in that case then, Groupith, if that's where you're at, I would say build a little, I would say learn, well, okay. With Node, then, you could really get to like actually building a kind of command line application. So like if you wanted to, actually, I don't know how to, TrueSet72 is now following TrueSet. Thanks for the follow. I really appreciate it. Really do. I would say, I mean, if you're really, because especially Groupith, you're starting to, learn programming and kind of, I don't know how to actually do this in Node. But I was going to say, maybe just start with, like you want to do a temperature converter, right? Or something like that. Start with your just, I created that folder and we just have a main.js, right? Just type some code and run it with Node. I didn't want that to rhyme. But, just, let's zoom in here. So you want to do your temperature converter, like you have your variable const degrees F, and it's 65 degrees Fahrenheit or something. And then you want to just console log. I mean, I don't know how much more you wanted to take this, but, then you do your degrees F times whatever that multiplier is that gives you Celsius. I don't know what it is. 0.72 plus something or something. I have no idea what it is, but what the actual thing conversion from Fahrenheit to Celsius is. But it's some sort of, because the scale is off, so you have to multiply it by something, and then there'd be like some sort of 40. I don't know. Anyway, I'm not getting into that. But or what's another thing? You want to have like miles to kilometers. Kilometer is like 0.62. So then you create your miles. You have your const kilometers. And that would be miles times 0.62 something, I think. So then you come in here, and then you can print your kilometers. And I know obviously this is pretty simple. Come down here, you do node main.js. It's 40.3 kilometers in 65 miles. I don't know. S3 bastions Celsius equals F minus 32 divided by 1.8. Okay, so yeah, that's that. Oh, you do the integer thing first, or your sum difference first, and then divide by the multiplier. Gotcha. Nice. Thanks for that, S3 Bastions. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. All right. And I mean, you can go. So the other thing you can do with Node, and I keep kind of pounding this into the ground here, but you can pass some parameters. So you can kind of make your command line thing do some things. All right, I don't have to do a string, but I could pass a name or something, and then like, I forget how to actually do this. Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. Yeah, I don't know how to do it in Node, but you can like read command line parameters now and stuff like that with Node. So you could you could pass in some parameters and like you could say a first name and a last name and an age or something and some other stuff. I'm not actually 47, but yeah, so I would kind of try to do like a little command line application with Node, maybe just like have some inputs and outputs, and you could do kind of the to-do list thing. You could have like some commands that you set in here, like you could have like some commands that are like new to do or something, new to do, and then it equals, or do dash new to do, and then pass in your string of your new to do, buy groceries, So you could kind of start figuring out how to read input from like a command line. So when I run node main.js, we get some stuff, and then that would come in, and we'd have buy groceries string, and we could do something. We could add it to an array of whatever. And you can save stuff out to disk with Node. So you can actually save files to your operating system with Node.js, which is something you can't do in the browser at all. I mean, you can do web storage and whatever, but local storage and cookies and all that stuff, but you can't actually just save a file to your file system. But yeah, like with Node, you can do. I'm gonna explain it because I can't just say it and then not whatever. So you can do with Node.js, you can import some extra code here. This is the file system, the FS library, file system library. So to import a library, a Node.js library, you do this kind of thing. You set a variable and then you say require this thing. So now I can actually, with this, I can do write file, I can do write file sync, and then I can do fs write file sync, and I can just put a string, or we can do this path asdf.txt, and I can pass some data, which can just be a string. Hi there. We can do that. We can come down and do Node.js. Done. And then now we have an asdf.txt file like I created in our folder there, and it says hi there. It's a text file. We can do whatever we want with it, right? It's on our operating system. It's right here now. And you could kind of start to use that as like your little database for screwing around. So you could come in another time, and if you do, instead of write file sync, you can do append file sync. So it will, what you'd want to do is you would do like, you'd put a new line at the end of hi there. So we could come in and we could write our program once. Let's delete it. Let's delete it here. We're going to delete asdf.txt. We could come down here. We could run node main.js. It creates asdf.txt. It says hi there. And then it put a new line in there at the end. That's what this /n is at the end of our string, hi there. And then if we run it again, if we run our script again, it'll just keep adding lines, right? So you could kind of have that as like a little, just kind of cool way to look at that. You could store your data in JSON. That's another thing to kind of check out. Instead of a text file, you could actually just store JSON, and then you could, that'd be a cool way to just kind of quickly go in and out. Anyway, talked about that a little too much maybe. Sorry, I kind of go off the rails. What? Is this still open? Do I have, oh, no? Can I delete it now? Oh, it's open in Notepad here. What did I just, no, I closed something else there. Let's delete this. Permanently delete it. There we go. All right. Groupith, I really appreciate all the help. Hey, for sure. Glad I could offer some assistance. Again, I'm no expert, but I at least know enough to get you started, I think. Any other questions, let me know. And that's what I need. Oh, nice. Well, and yeah, I share a similar mindset with you, Groupith. You know, we want to just get in there and do our own thing. We don't really want to be, doing a bunch of tutorials, doing a bunch of just copy pasting kind of stuff. You really want to understand and figure out things on your own. So that's the way to go when it comes to programming, for sure. Yeah. So what are we working on here in Populus? We're trying to get our, we're trying to get, so the way my button system works is the buttons are circles for this, which is what I want. I want all the buttons to be circles, but we have some like long text. We have some long text that's annoying. And it doesn't really work well with a circle button, right? Because the text is long and it has to be small then to fit inside of the button. And even right now we have some bleed over, whatever. So that's annoying and nasty. And what I'm starting to think of doing is maybe just having like an OK button or something, just saying OK, and then having like the text off to the side, like black, like this, like the finding opponent thing. So you have the text off to the side, and then maybe it's like pointing to the button, and then the button just says like practice or play or whatever, just kind of a short little text, right? Because these buttons look nice when the text is kind of fits in nicely with the button size and everything and that sort of thing. Where is X? CSS strikes again. Actually, there's no CSS. Where is X? But thanks for hanging out. Where's X? I appreciate it. Welcome. Yes, there is no CSS in what I'm doing. I'm awful at CSS. I don't really. I have hacky knowledge with CSS. Sorry. Oh, nothing to apologize for. Why is it overflowing? Because I have my own little button class, and it's I kind of don't really have anything to handle that. Yeah, so my buttons actually, these are all drawn on the canvas. So it's all just canvas interactions that's doing all this stuff, the animations and everything. Or it's all JavaScript that's doing the animations. It's all my own code. So yeah, so basically I don't have, all I established for the button size or the button text is the button text gets set based upon the radius. It's like there's like a multiplier. There's like a ratio of the height of the text to the radius of the button. So that's how the font then scales based upon whatever that ratio is. But then I have an optional way to override by specifying my own font size, basically. And that's why I'm getting this overflow, because there's no like wrapping or anything available here. It's all just kind of, whatever support I've decided to add, or however I've decided to implement this. But I do have the ability to say, okay, if we're creating a new button For constructing a new button, we can pass in a font size parameter. And if we pass in a font size, then it'll use that font size. It'll like override the default behavior, which is to just scale the font to based upon whatever the radius of that button is. So that works for like short little words. I did it because my buttons are mostly just short little words. Play, tutorial. Even tutorial's a little too long. But play, tutorial, whatever. Like I just like these like short single short words for buttons. Or if we actually play the game, there's a button here and it just has an X, right? It's a Unicode X character, not the letter X. I like the short single words too. A+. Oh, thanks. Yeah, so the problem I have now, I mean, you can kind of see, like, I want this button to be like, practice while you wait. But that's obviously not a short single word. But I want to communicate that. Because basically, we're clicking a button to start an online game, which currently I have it be the O of Populus, because this is actually a button object here for just kind of whatever, graphics. But currently in my testing, we'll do a proper button later for that. But then, we go to the finding opponent screen. We're getting errors here because the server rebooted since we've last refreshed the browser, so that's why we're getting console errors there. Okay, so we go to the finding opponent screen, and I want there to be like a little message that says, while you wait, you can practice. And then there'd be like a button with just like OK on it or something, or whatever. So can you put those words in multiple lines? I'd have to do my own like little text wrapping algorithm. There's nothing built in to do that. I mean, I guess I wouldn't. I said text wrapping algorithm as if I'd have to like build something robust, but really I could do just like a little one-off case to handle this. Like I think, don't I fake some? Oh no, I did have some fake text wrapping somewhere else, or with an older version of the tutorial that isn't currently there. Re-implement CSS. Yep, basically everything is rewriting CSS from scratch. Well, not exactly, but yeah, no text wrapping. But at the same time, I kind of like the idea of just having one little simple word here. But we need to like communicate. You can practice while you're waiting for a match, while you're finding an opponent. Because you click this button, you can just jump straight into like a practice game. But up here, it's telling us, hey, yeah, we're still trying to find an opponent for you, basically. And then that way, I'm here in a practice game, and like another player could connect. I'm gonna need to refresh this here. And if this other player tries to find a game, this guy's already waiting for a match. So as soon as I click this, boom, they both just jump into the game right away, right? The actual competitive game, and they can play. So that's kind of the backstory there on what's going on. But I want to like communicate this elegantly, or eloquently, elegantly and eloquently, without being too wordy and without having a bunch of text on a button. So like, it'd be nice if maybe we just had some more like black text right next to the button. And maybe the button just said okay. Like that's kind of stupid, but let's just try something and see what we like. We'll go with whatever looks good. So, oops. Okay. All right. So we've got where is our match wait screen? Okay. So here's our match wait screen. And what I'm thinking of doing is creating like a new text thing. So we'll have message text, loading icon, practice button. And then we'll have like, I don't know what we want to call this. Message text, message I don't know, subtext something. We need some sort of extra text object here. And I don't know what to name it, so we'll just call it subtext. And I'm going to, we'll set up that subtext in the constructor here. And we're going to do all of whatever all this stuff is, subtext.destruct. Okay. Beautiful. Overwatch has a similar feature. How does theirs look? Yeah, actually, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. Somebody actually mentioned that the other day too. That like, yeah, just like Overwatch. Yeah, and I would wager that Overwatch's UI is probably more complicated, you know? I mean, because the game's more complicated and everything, so. Yeah. But let's try to get some actual text, some new text drawing on the screen here. So, all right, we set up our new button. We've got our new button object here. We've got our. So I'm in the create. There's a static create method for our match weight screen object. So the match weight screen or the match weight screen class. So the match weight screen class just kind of keeps track of all these components, right? So our finding opponent text object here, our button and everything, and there's going to be the new subtext thing that we're adding in. And then there'll also be some sort of loading icon, which we'll get to at some point. So we need to create a new text object. So we're going to do const subtext equals new text. So I've a text class. The text class here is text that will draw on the canvas, basically. It's my own little class. And basically we need to supply like a font, which there's also, I have a font class, which basically just splits up the size of the font and the string of the font. Because like typical CSS fonts are kind of the form like 30 pix Arial like this, you know, something like that. So I basically have my own little font class that kind of separates these out. So like if I wanted to animate, you know, a font size or something, which actually is what we do with these buttons when we hover over them, right? I split the font into like two separate components. So I actually have the number component for the pixel size and then the Arial thing there. And then that way I could like animate the number, the font size itself, and just do math on that number, increment, you know, scale that 30 pixels by 10% or something, instead of this being a string, you know, which I can't do anything with that unless I convert the 30 to whatever. So having a font object lets me kind of have a size as an integer or, you know, any number, any JavaScript number. And then that is a string. And then basically you can render this out as a string. Or I think there's a method on the font to actually render out that string. That's the 30px space Arial or whatever it ends up being. So to construct the new font, we just pass an anonymous object here with a size. I guess we'll just do like just a by hand size for right now, a hard coded size. 35, that's going to be way too small. Let's do like 50. Actually, what did we say this is? This is probably like, the font size here is probably like 20. Actually, this might actually be like 50-ish. 60 maybe. And then what do we have? Style. We need Arial. Oops. And, oh, not a semicolon. All right, and then we also need a position for our text. So we have a pose, which takes an object that has an X and a Y parameter. And I think for the Y position, oh, actually, we're going to do something very similar for how we center up the text. Well, no, wait a minute. We need to think about how we actually want to do this. All right, this is going to be a little, well, okay, so the Y. All right, so if we look at this here, if we look at the finding opponent screen, basically I'm centering up the finding opponent text on the one third of the height through the screen down. So we're taking to center this text up, we take 1/3 of the screen height, 1/3 of the height in pixels, and then we divide, we find whatever that is in pixels, that number, right? And then our text is positioned off of like this corner up here, the top of the like F up here. So then we have a font height and we divide that by 2 to get half of the font height. And then we then can we subtract half of that number by our 1/3 line. And that's how we can center up our pixel, our text here 1/3 of the way down. So I want to do the same thing with the text down here, but we're going to do it at 2/3. So we're going to do it at this line down here, somewhere down this point, down wherever here. This button's already almost on that 2/3 line, but the button's actually has a hard-coded position. So it's just random chance that it happens to be kind of almost 2/3 of the way down of the current screen height. So, we want to do, I guess we're going to do an initial X. We're going to do an initial 0x 0y position of our subtext here. And then we're going to have this subtext say, while you wait, you practice while you wait. Let's just say practice while you wait. Let's just do that. And then our button is just going to say, okay. Yeah. And then what we need to do is we need to actually calculate that Y position. So we're going to do, what we'll do, we can do just like we're doing here with the message text positioning, except I did that wrong. We're going to do subtext. Speaking of which, before I forget, we're going to call subtext.init. So we've got subtext.pose.x, and that's going to be equal to, we need to center that up halfway in the screen, kind of right down the center line of the height of the screen. So we're going to take half of the whoa, doing that wrong. Taking half of our canvas, half of our window width, and then we're going to subtract half of the text width from that, and that will be our X position to center it up. So then we do subtext dot width. Is that what it is? Oh no, actually I do it up here. Oh yeah. We need to actually call measure text, which that will tell us the width of our text in pixels, and we divide that by 2. So that's what we need to do. So basically, measure text. Measure text, we call that function. So that will give us the centered up X position. So now we can get the centered up Y position, which we're kind of copying from the way we center up the Y here. So we're doing pose.y equals canvas wrapper. I could just copy and paste this, but whatever. We're already this far. Dot height, and we're going to divide this. We divide it by 1/3, but in this case, we want it to be 2/3. So we divide it by 1.5, right? Am I good? Am I correct on math there? And then message text.font.size over 2. Actually, not message text. This is subtext. 1.5? Is that right? We're about to find out. That's probably going to be really wrong. Whoops. Let's refresh. There we go. Subtext.message text. Okay, that was wrong. I didn't. Measure text. Okay. Yeah, I was fat-fingered that one there. Okay. There we go. Nice. Yes, we got it there. We got it. That's right. So it's centered up now on the 2/3 line, the text, not the button. The button is all wrong. We'll get to that. Oh, we got to want to become famous there. Kodako wants to become famous. Yeah, me too. Me too. All right, let's ban this guy here. There you go. Get out of there. All right. Okay. So, oh, yeah. Let's get rid of that. This will already make things a little nicer here. Let's keep that. Let's keep this comma here. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay. That's kind of large. Oh, yeah. Now we have control with the radius. So we do like 50 maybe. Yeah, okay. So this is dumb, but we're maybe getting there. Okay, so practice while you wait. Let's just move the button up a little bit here. So let's move it Y up to 400, I guess. There we go. All right, so this, yeah, again, this is not the way it's supposed to be. All right, I don't like how this is. This is too big. This is too big, the font size for the practice while you wait. So we're just hard coding some stuff. I want to get some eyeball. I want to eyeball up kind of what I think it should look like. Practice while you wait. Let's maybe make it even a little smaller. Let's go 30. What if, okay, practice while you wait. What if we make this like an arrow? Yes, let's make it an arrow. So we need a Unicode arrow. We're going to take the Unicode arrow that we have in I'm going to have to actually Google one. Unicode arrows. I'm going to have to just copy paste. Unicode arrows. All right, so we need a right pointing arrow. Yeah, that's what we need. Okay. I'm going to keep that handy just in case. All right, so we're going to use this Unicode right pointing arrow. Is that right? Right. Yeah, that's right. Okay. So let's see what we get here. So we are going to do that. There we go. Yeah, that's too small. We need to make it. The arrow needs to be bigger, so we're going to have to override the that auto font scale. So we pass a font size. So let's just do a hard-coded font size here. What do we have at this point? Probably like 30 pixels there, maybe. So let's try like 40. See what happens. That's a little bigger. Wait a minute. Did the whole button just scale there? No, that shouldn't have happened. I feel like the circle scaled up. The circle is totally scaling up there. Look at that. Let's go 100. Okay, never mind. It's not. Ugh, that arrow actually looks nasty at these high, whatever, this. It looks okay in the tutorial. I'm using the left arrow in the tutorial. I guess it looks kind of, it's got the curve down there. Whatever. That's fine. I don't care. We're not getting super picky here. It would be better to do like a triangle maybe instead of an arrow, or like a more chunky, well, whatever. Yeah, so it'd be cool to have this, like, the arrow be like right here, like the arrow button be right here. Practice while you wait, and then there'll be the little button. Maybe. Is that clear? Okay, so let's scale this back down. What do we do? 50 before? I like this. I like the padding, the relative size there. I think. Yeah, I think I like the relative scale here. So we need the button. The button can be a little bit. Okay, so we need to actually put these variables in our configuration file. So instead of hard coding pixel values for all this stuff, we need to actually put like the ratio, the relative size of what this should be relative to like the screen size. That's what we need to do. Ooh. Okay, so I like, so this size is already relative. This size, this finding opponent thing is done. This will scale. So what I want is to dial in, I want to make this actually a little smaller relative to this. I want it to be just a tiny bit smaller. And there's also something that also looks a little weird. Why? Oh, I guess it is centered. It is centered. This just looks, it just feels a little off center because, and I might actually want like practice while you wait to be like off center too, not off center of the screen. So let's do, actually, I think this is going to look pretty good. I think this will look pretty good here. Let's do practice while you wait. Let's scale this down a little bit. So what do we have for the font size for that? We got 30. Let's just try like 25. Practice while you wait. Yeah, that looks pretty good. That looks pretty good, I think. And then this can be like a little bigger. This is way too big right now, the button. But then it'll be kind of right off to the side here. So then let's start to actually get these dialed in. So this practice while you wait, what we're going to do to figure out, we need to calculate like a little ratio. So all I need to do, for example, so like our this text here, we have our master configuration file here, and we should have a section for, ooh, actually we don't. We don't have a section, so we can create that down here. We can create a new section. This will be match weight screen. And this is going to be an object. And we are going to have, oh, is this not client only? This needs to get put in our client only object here. Client, okay. Yes. So we need to put this up right under the tutorial here. Okay. Oh, and it's got to be like this now. All right, so we can start putting in some ratios here of what we want our text and everything to be. Now, the match countdown started. I'm already using a ratio here for something. Where is that? It's post-game screen. Okay, so it's using that. So I'm probably just going to duplicate probably just going to duplicate that, config that post game screen message text font ratio. I guess we'll do the same thing. We're going to do message text font ratio. And then this is going to be equal to whatever we've already used for that post game screen message text font ratio, which is 0.073. So that number 0.073. Oh, look at that. I am using this in multiple locations here. So the 0.073 is the ratio of the height of the text that we want, the height of the text to the height of the screen in pixels, right? So we the size, the relative size, not in pixels, but we would take to calculate our actual pixel size that we want for the height of our font. We take whatever the height of the screen currently is and multiply it by 0.073, and that'll give us our pixel size. So that's how we get things to like automatically scale like the main menu here when you do that, like the Populus words scale and the text on the button scales. So like every time that screen size changes, we just recalculate the text size and everything and then start drawing that on the screen. I didn't actually want to resize the window. I just did realize I just did that and I didn't really want to. All right, actually I think this is fine. So now practice while you wait. What if we move this to the 2/3 Y? Like line it up on the 2/3 of the Y axis here. That might actually be kind of cool. Let's try that real quick. So instead of dividing by, okay, so subtext X, instead of doing canvas wrapper half width, we're going to do canvas wrapper CTX dot canvas dot width divided by 1.5 as well. We're going to do the same thing. So now, yeah, I kind of like that. Practice while you wait. And then we'll have the little arrow button there on the end. Okay. Do I like that? Do I actually like it? Yeah, I think I do. All right, so what we need to get, we need to actually store the subtext, message text font ratio, and we're going to have subtext font ratio. So now we don't know what that is yet. We don't know what that subtext font ratio is. But we need to figure out what it is. So I need to basically, in order to do that, I need to eyeball what I like relative font size wise, which I actually like this current configuration. So I like this size relative to this. And this size is hard-coded right now. We had like 25 pixels or something. So now what I need to do, if I like that size, I need to actually come into our, where are we now? Okay, so we have a pixel size of 25. So what we need to do is basically console, I'm just going to console log, and we're going to do 25 divided by canvas wrapper dot canvas dot height, or that's canvas wrapper dot ctx dot canvas dot height. Right? Is that what I really want to do? Yes. So then this is going to be calculating out that ratio because we know we like 25 pixels at whatever the current height of the canvas is. So we like this relative to this, right? So we are going to just print that number to the console when we run this now. So we refresh, and as long as we don't change the height of the screen, everything will be good here. And we print 0.034. That's good enough. So 0.034 is good enough for what we want. So let's, in fact, I'm going to make it just slightly bigger, I think, because it's maybe just a hair. We're going to do 0.035. So we go to our config file, and now we've got, we know what our ratio needs to be. So we've got subtext font ratio, and that's going to be 0.035. So I like that. So now, to calculate the height of our subtext, we're simply going to do, so instead of where we have this hard-coded 25 pixels, we are going to take, we're going to go to our config file, we're going to go config.matchWeightScreen.subtext font ratio, so that is 0.035, and then we're going to multiply that by the height of the canvas. So, and that height of the canvas is the thing that changes, right? Our ratio doesn't change, but the thing that changes is the height of our screen. The pixel size of the screen is going to be always different. So we can always take whatever that current height of the screen is, multiply it by this ratio, and that'll give us our text font size. .ctx.canvas.height. So we just multiply those together, and we should have something totally dynamic now. Not dynamic, it won't actually update on screen resize. That's another kind of separate thing I have to do. But now this should be good. So if we like full screen this, so again, I full screened it, it didn't update like the main menu does. The main menu is dynamic. But now, practice while you wait, that's the size of that is now changing dynamically. So that's good. That's what we want. So now we just need to get our button kind of dialed in the way we want as well. So for the button, for the button. We need to also store the radius of the button in... Now, wait a minute. Are we overriding the... Okay. Okay, we got two things we need to do. Wait a minute here. Hang on a sec. All right, we're going to have to do some crazy hacking to figure out what this number needs to be. All right, so, because okay, hang on a second here. Well, let's start with the radius of the button. I want the radius of the button to be like maybe slightly bigger than the text, or I guess the size of the button, I should say, the diameter of the button, to be like slightly taller than the text. Like slightly taller, go slightly above the text, and then slightly below the text. I think that'll look good. So it'll be like practice while you wait, and then there'll be the little button there with the arrow, and then you can just click that and then jump into a practice. Do I like that? I don't know. We got to have something, though. We got to just throw something down. So, okay. We could do like underline. We could do like underline text, like a link. These are actual HTML links here, for anyone wondering there. So this is like this is some of like the only real HTML things that we actually have in the web page. The canvas, which everything is drawn onto, but then these links are on top of that. Okay. Yeah, I think this will look good. I think this will look pretty good. So let's get the button. Actually, I'm going to use the bathroom real quick. I'm going to use the bathroom. Little restroom break. And I might still have some coffee upstairs that is available. So we'll grab that. And I might just grab a very brief snack here, since it is 12:34 p.m. Central Standard Time. Lunchtime, according to my calculations. So we'll be right back in a minute here, folks. Don't go anywhere, unless you feel obligated to. Woo! All right, we are back. I have a little cookie in my mustache. I don't know. I need to shave, speaking of which. I shouldn't have a mustache. A mustache. All right. So, I just had an idea, actually, while I was coming down the stairs, back down to my basement here. And I can't remember what it was. Oh. Yeah, I was trying to think. Okay, so one thing we might do, and it's not going to be in this new version. It's not going to be in the current version of, it won't be in the, when we first go live with multiplayer. This is what I'm trying to say. When we first go live with multiplayer, we're not gonna try to do this before that. But what I'd like to do is have potentially a like a really nice, easy way to lay things out on the screen like once and not have to do a bunch of like duplicate things. Because right now there's some like duplicate code for like the main menu resizing and everything. Where basically like there's an initial function that runs and sets the positions once, and then there's like a callback that gets set on the window resize event that kind of has all the duplicate logic, but kind of the same thing, like calculate the size of this button, calculate the size of this button, the size of the text, the size of the text, the size of the menu text here, all of this stuff, right? So all that stuff, the center, the positions of everything. So there's like some duplicate logic, and I'd like to have just like one way to like, maybe one like really nice uniform way to like specify a layout of the objects on screen. And then that's kind of it. Like maybe that's a function that runs and then gets passed somewhere. And then that's the function that runs and resizes everything. So it'd be quite a bit of a refactor of everything. And I'd like all of that actually to apply to the game itself. Because that's something that also is really annoying to deal with, is like the layout of the play area, the nav meter here, the timer, all of that stuff needs to be like laid out in a really nice way. Cool boy Jedi. How do I call a JS function in an HTML file using script source file name.js let var equal var from file? So you don't actually call a function directly from your HTML. There's kind of a couple things you might do. So for let's, like if you loaded an HTML file in, like let's just let me spin up a little example here. So I'm going to create a new folder. Actually, wait, no, I can actually just show it here. Well, if you want to have something actually run, where's my HTML file? So if you want to have something actually run, ignore this stuff up here. That's all Google Analytics stuff. But if you want to have, you import a script in your HTML, right? And then basically this script will execute whatever runs, whatever you have running, right? So if your main.js, like in my case, I have a main.js, and it imports, it does some module importing here, but then it calls app.init, calls this function here. So like when you import, wherever you import the JavaScript here, it'll run at that point in time when you import it. So like if you've got a console log, if you've got, you know, something similar to this where you've got script, type script, source is this, blah, blah, blah. You don't need all this stuff. This type module is separate. It's specific for the way I'm doing stuff. But then you can put a console log in here, and then when you load your web page, it'll log whatever you have. Like it'll just run and be there. If you want to like Well, okay, so if you want to like have a button on click do something, actually, how do you do a button on click? See, this is why I don't consider myself a web developer or a front end web developer. If you've got like an HTML button or something, like if you were in your HTML file here and you had button, you have an on click, and then that's equal to something, and then I don't know how do you get a function? Oh, yeah. Okay, so when I think what'll happen is if you have a function, when you run this, whatever's declared in the global scope of any scripts that you load will be accessible here. So you could have a function in your main.js called like button click, I would say you have a function here in the top level of your whatever that script file is, and you call it button click, and then whatever does some stuff. You could have a console log in here just to see if it works, right? Click button, and then so this button click is now accessible in like the global scope of your browser kind of thing. So then in your index, I think this is how it works. And then in your index.html or your HTML file, you could just go in here and then say whatever the name of this button click. So you could say button click. Why is that? Why are the commas not working there? Or the commas? Why is this not working? The formatting is not working correctly. So you could do something like this, and I might have the syntax wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure it's all lowercase on click. And then you could just do button click right here like this. And you don't do this. You don't do button click this. You just do button click. Because if you do this, you're gonna call this function when this line gets updated on screen, which you don't want. You want to call the button click function when you actually click the button. So if you do that, in theory, that should work. So if you could, I think you can just have your name like that. You could have it whatever you want. Button click 1, 2, 3. If you had that, then you'd have to go back to here and make this button click 1, 2, 3. I think that's how it works. I can't remember. It's been a while since I've done like an on click like that, but get text input, hit button, print out words. Yeah, you could do an input box or whatever too. Yeah, you guys are getting the idea now. You're starting to dig in. That's cool. Yeah, so you could do like an input box. I forget what that HTML tag is called. Input maybe, where you have an actual like input box. But you could have like, yeah, you could have an input element, an HTML input element. That would be an input box. I think it's called input. You could just Google like text box or whatever, HTML text box, and W3 Schools will probably come up with input or whatever, the input element. You could do that, and you could maybe have like a function. You could have like a function like on input update or something, and then there'd be like an event that you could set. Now I'm kind of curious. I kind of want to do this. Let me try this here. Let's see what I can do here. We're gonna do a new folder. We're gonna open this with VS Code. We're gonna create a blank HTML file here, index.html. We're gonna create a JavaScript file. We're just gonna call it main.js. We're going to load the JS file first. We're gonna do script src. I'm just going to do this like bare bones, and I don't know what the correct way to start an HTML file really is. Like technically you're supposed to have like an HTML header or whatever, but we're just going to do this like, we're just going to do this the wild west way here. So we're going to load main.js, and then we're going to have a button, and we're going to have a do stuff, which is going to be called stuff, and then we're going to have, well, we're going to see if this works. Am I supposed to put JSX expressions must have one parent element? Oh, whoops. I'm doing this in the main.js. Sorry, wrong file. There we go. Let's see if this works. Let's see if Jared can actually write some plain HTML here. Okay, so we've got some just plain HTML. Now, we can copy path, and I can bring this up in my browser here. And you can just double click the HTML file to open it. Yeah, there we go. Beautiful, right? So we're just opening the HTML file itself. So it's just on my desktop folder there. We did a new folder, %20 for the space, the URL, index.html. So now we got a button. It says stuff, has a stuff label, right? So what we want to do, let's just have some fun here with this. So we got our HTML file here. Let's zoom in. We've got our JS file over here, right? So let's actually start kind of automating something here. So I think input is an actual thing. Let's see. Yes, look at that. Okay. So let's kind of have some cool stuff here. We're gonna do what happens if I put something in stuff there? Oh, it comes after. Okay, that's kind of annoying. All right, so let's just have it so we have an input element, and then we're gonna have two functions in our JS file. We're gonna have a function called function on input change, and then we're gonna see. Okay, so this will be on change. I think on change is what we want, and then we're gonna say on input change. I think this should do the trick here. So this on input change is gonna be this function, and we should have like an event parameters that come in. So we're just gonna console.log e. We're gonna see if that works. I'm just kind of guessing here. So we're gonna open a console, F12, and then I'm gonna type. Nope, that doesn't do it. Okay. Am I doing this right? Let's try the button. Let's try button on click. And we're just gonna do the same thing on input change. Maybe I'm doing this all wrong. Ooh, yeah, I guess I am. I'm giving you guys a bum steer here. All right, so this is not how you do it. Is that why these... Where's W3 schools? Oh, you do actually have to call it here. Whoops. You do actually have to on input change. You do actually have to do that like that, right? Oh, so I was wrong. Okay. Why did I... That's weird. Cool Boy Jedi, he's got it. When I did the function, I had to do function parentheses. Yes, you had to actually call it. Yes. So this is like a function call. You know, like if we were just in our JavaScript and we wanted to call this function and run the code that's in the block here anywhere, we'd have to do on input change. Whoa. On input change, and then actually call it there, right? All right, so yeah, I guess that's maybe what we wanted there. On input change. Man, I don't remember. I thought you couldn't do this. I thought if you did this, maybe I'm remembering something else. Okay, so let's do that. Let's save. So let's make, let's actually type some stuff. No. Oh, look at that. It's not, it's going through once we leave. On input, on change, on click, on drag, on focus, on, we need some event here. On load, on key up, on key. W3 schools, input box, HTML, input, on change. Oh, on change does it when you leave. Okay. All right. So when we do click off, then but this is on groupith on submit. I think that's submit is if you have a form element. So submit, I believe, is if you have this. And then you might put some components in here, and then you'd have like an on submit on here. This one kind of works. I'm kind of not doing it. I'm kind of doing it without a form thing. Like you'd wrap kind of like this in that and everything, and I don't know, something like that. Why aren't we getting any parameters here? Oh, actually, I had the W3 schools article up here. Let's see. Oh, it's doing it. Okay. All right, it's kind of crazy here. Yeah, there's a bunch of extra stuff. I'm thinking too much about React, how easy it is to do it with React versus what you'd have to do it individually. All right, but anyway. I was going to have it so you could write some stuff here and then click a button and then have it do something else, but it's not super you'd have to do like an ID. We need to do like an ID here and like input field, and then we need to get that input field thing from when we have call this function. We have to do document.get element by ID input field or whatever, just anyway. I thought I could do it really quickly, but I'm thinking about React. I'm thinking of React, how to do it with React. Anyway. Yes. So that was why I was saying like groupith before, since that I think what your approach is good. Like obviously to do all that stuff, I had to have a pretty good understanding of the DOM and how to do interactions with HTML elements and everything from JavaScript. So if you really want to avoid that, doing something like Node.js will be, much simpler. Before it, just to kind of learn JavaScript kind of on its own, right? Because to do things there, I really had to understand I have to go in and get an ID of an element and get that element and then have that thing update and do all that stuff. So whatever. Badger's back. All right. Anyway, we are working on getting the button, our radius, the radius of our arrow button here. Good. So let's actually figure that out. Hang on a second here. All right, one moment here. One moment. Sorry. Hang on, we're getting there. Getting there. Bet Kitty. What's going on, Bet Kitty? Actually, I know because I was just texting you. Ha! Bet Kitty's my wife, so she just likes to say hi every once in a while. Badger launch. You talking about the launch date? I don't know yet. I don't know. Groupith. Also, I know I won't be searching for at least a year. Do you know if there is a demand for web developers in the Midwest? I'm in Wisconsin. Way. Cool. I'm in Wisconsin too. Nice. Wisconsin. Actually, that's how you should say it. Strong accents and nice people. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Yeah, I'm not a native Wisconsin person, but Bet Kitty is. Bet Kitty is a native. And she has a strong accent and she doesn't know it. Actually, I should probably know if there's a strong demand or if there's a demand for web developers in the Midwest. I mean, but with considering COVID, I mean, there's a lot of remote kinds of jobs for sure now. I mean, there already were a lot of remote kinds of jobs, but, you know, it seems like probably with COVID, there's more than ever now. Weemy. What's going on, Weemy? Good to see you. But, yeah, I'm trying to think Groupith. I mean, yeah, it might be worth just like checking out, investigating for sure, kind of web development jobs. I mean, you kind of need to figure out where you want to fall. Like if you want to be doing front end stuff or if you really, you know, want to start looking at more back end kind of stuff. Yeah. So I don't really know. Yeah, or as Weemy says, full stack, everything. So my dream of building a van and road tripping the U.S. while just coding on a laptop could come true? Yeah, for sure. For sure. You don't have to, well, I was going to say, you don't have to just be in Wisconsin to write code, but yeah, I mean, I would imagine there's a lot of, different companies around. I mean, you know, Wisconsin's a big manufacturing, you know, state. So a lot of companies that might be looking for kind of web development kinds of things and trying to have somebody, you know, I mean, there's tons of businesses, right? So you're not probably going to be working on some hot new app kind of thing, but you might have a lot of cool opportunity for potentially doing cool different cool systems. Multiplayer alpha yet? Almost there, Weemy. We're getting there. We're doing kind of the UI kind of stuff right now, which is not terribly fun, but it's something. I want to break stuff. Yeah, for sure, Weemy. We'll be there. I'm trying to get, well, I've got some functionality now where you can queue up for a game. Oh. I thought I refreshed. What's going on here? There we go. Okay. So I've got this ability now where you can like queue up for a game and then you can go practice while you're waiting, and like it's still sitting there, you know, trying to find a game for you. So until another player connects, then it'll kick you into a match. Maybe you were in the chat when we were talking about this already, whenever that was. I don't know, maybe not. But yeah, and it kind of follows you around. So you're like, I call this like the match wait widget. So it kind of follows you around unless you cancel. So like you can actually just cancel and say, I don't want to wait for a match anymore. And the server says, oh, waiting player canceled. So yeah, because nobody's going to play this game except you, Weemy. So, and you're just going to try to break it. So basically, if somebody tries to play a game against somebody and nobody's there waiting, I don't want them to just sit there waiting, staring at the screen, waiting for a match, for a day. So I want the ability then they can just jump into a practice and then, be able to actually just do that while they're waiting. Haven't been here for like 2 weeks. Stupid studies. Whew. Gotcha. Yeah, you've been, sounds like you've been studying hard. What are you studying, Weemy? I guess you're doing, when you say studies, are you actually like doing university stuff right now? Or are you just doing kind of, got A's, so worth it. Nice. Factual weirdo. What is going on, Factual? Well, who do we have here? It's a good question. I've been doing university stuff for about 8 years now. Always learning, soaking in knowledge. Gotcha. Nice. All right, so I screwed everything up because I scaled the window and something happened here that broke it. Well, wait a minute. I thought I made this arrow. I don't know if I like this. I don't know if I like this font size now. If we practice while you wait. Well, we're just gonna push ahead. We're gonna line all this stuff up and we're gonna see if we like it at the end. Actually, this arrow size I think is good. We just need to make this smaller. We need to make what is our arrow size right now? Oh, we got rid of, okay, so hang on a sec. So if we do this, I like the relative, yes, this is now I remember what we were doing. So I like the 50 pixel font size for the arrow. I like that relative to the size of the circle, right? That's what I want. So I want to dial that in. University is an expensive endeavor in the United States. Yes, it is. Factual weirdo. Free in Sweden. Wow. I guess it's expensive everywhere. Question is, who pays for it? Well, I guess I pay for it through my taxes. Yep. Yes. All right. So yes, I really like the arrow relative size here relative to our radius of our button. We just need to scale it down. So I want to figure out what the font size actually is of the arrow currently. So if we console log, if we console log practice button dot initial font size, yeah, I think that's what we want. Did I already do this? 50? What? Oh, all right. I'm doing this. Okay. 50. I'm confused. I'm confused with what I need to do here. We want to scale. Oh, look at this. It's 1-to-1 right now. The radius of the button is 50 pixels. The font size is 50 pixels. So it's 1-to-1. Whatever the radius of the button is, that's what the size of the font is. So if we scale it up, 100 and 100, that's just a total coincidence that those are the same. Yeah, this is, okay. I like it. I like it. Yeah, total coincidence that they're the same. I just was dialing in random numbers and random sizes of things. But I like that 1-to-1 size to whatever. Console log, most used JS function. Absolutely. Console log, F this doesn't work. Yep. Pretty much every day. Pretty much hundreds of times every day, I should say. I should rephrase. Okay, so. All right, I'm trying to figure out what I'm actually trying to get right now. So we know we want a 1-to-1 ratio of the font size and the radius of the button. So that's fine. That's fine. I guess what we just need to do now is dial in like a ratio of the font. Ooh. Actually, all right, let's do this. What happened to our, okay, match weight screen. Subtext font ratio. Okay, I'm going to do const subtext font ratio. We're going to throw this in a variable up here, and this is going to be the 0.035. And then this way we can just do that. Subtext font ratio. Why can't I do? Oh. All right, that's kind of annoying because I'm inside of an object here. All right, who cares? Who cares? I'm just going to do them individually. 0.035. I'm going to do 0.035, and then our button ratio. Practice, I'll just call it practice button ratio, I guess. Radius R ratio. It's going to also be 0.035. Oh, that's not right. I'm typing wrong keys there. 0.035. All right. Okay, so we're going to do... I guess we're going to do const practice button radius. Practice button R is going to be we're going to do config dot match weight screen dot practice button R ratio times canvas wrapper dot ctx dot canvas dot height. Magic. There we go, and then there we go. We're just going to reuse it for the font size. Font size is, I'm just going to make a little comment here so I don't think this is some bug. Font size is 1-to-1 with the ratio. 1-to-1 with the radius. That's what I meant to say. There we go. So then now, yes, that's exactly what we want. So it's just slightly bigger than the text. So we just need to actually position it with the text now. All right, this will be a pain. Factual weirdo, would you say you have a tendency to talk to yourself out loud in everyday situations? I try to. Well, that's why I stream, because it gives me an excuse to be like, I'm talking to people, see? 1-to-1 ratio, I like it. Yeah, Weemy, exactly. And it's actually a random chance that it's a 1-to-1 ratio. Basically, it's just the font size of our arrow is the same in pixel, the same pixel height as the radius of our button. That's the perfect size we want. It's just a random chance. It could be something else. We could make it totally something else. We could make it just slightly different. But it just so happens that 1-to-1 looks really nice. So that's exactly what we want. All right, so, okay. Now, the annoying thing is going to be spacing these out properly. So I guess let's set what we should do. Let's set the this UI stuff will be the death of me. Me talking out loud helps you think in most cases. Yeah, it definitely does. I think my productivity level while streaming, especially in something like this, okay, so the stuff I'm doing right now is very drudge worky. It's not very fun. I've done it like hundreds of times already. Like, so it was fun the first time to kind of be like, oh, we're going to line this thing up on the screen. It's going to look really good. That was fun the first time, but now I've done that for this menu. I've done that for the tutorial text, the tutorial layout. I've done it for this, the countdown. I've done it for all these different things now. I've done it for the stats screen at the end. So when you do that like a million times, you start to realize, okay, now I maybe actually need to come up with a system to line all this stuff up rather than just doing this all by hand and figuring out all these numbers and everything. But anyway, yeah, it really helps me get through this stuff that's really drudgy, but I can just kind of be like, oh, see, this is what we're doing today. Moving this stuff around and putting this here. See that? And we're going to move this and dial this in and all this stuff. Functional modularity. Yeah, so I'm kind of at a point where I need to kind of have like a nice little like way to lay things out. I mean, the way I'm doing it now kind of works. I mean, again, I'm not using CSS or anything. This is all just stuff drawing on the canvas, but which, yeah, makes it kind of a pain, but I don't know. We'll see what happens. So one of the cool things I want to do, not for the first multiplayer version, but I'd like to have like the going around like different menus and stuff. I'd like to have it animate. So like, for example, maybe when you start the game, it's like just a plain white canvas for a split second. And then the Populus logo and the buttons like slide down from the top, right? So it just looks kind of cool right off the bat. And then you hit play, and then maybe the menu, instead of just instantly disappearing like that, it would swipe down. It would swipe down, and then the countdown timer would swipe down from the top. And then the countdown timer would end, and then the actual game would swipe down from the top. So like all this stuff would kind of just swipe around, animated wise, and look really nice. Oh, by the way, not related. Did you see the molecule update I posted? No, I didn't, Weemy. Yeah, you guys should all watch Weemy's stuff instead of mine, for sure. Weemy's working on cool 3D games where you construct the universe out of molecules and chemistry. My game, you pop bubbles like you're in kindergarten. Badger covering me there with the toilet, the BRBs there. Like a transition hook. Yeah, I don't know exactly what you mean by hook, but yeah, I would need to kind of like figure out a way to like maybe have some sort of screen object or like a way to group all of like a components that are on screen at once. Not like so much of an object, but just something to like group them all together, and I could just say, all right, swipe this one on, swipe this one off. Now this one swipes on, swipes off, right? So just kind of a nice, easy way, repeatable way for me to just say, swipe this thing on screen, swipe this one off screen. Implements transition, sort of. Okay. But, and that'd be fun to come up with. It's probably something I should have thought more of at the time. That's kind of what happens when you just kind of, you build the game, and then you're like, oh, I need like a menu system now to like actually get into the game or get into something else. So then I just kind of like slapped on the menu system. No, it's not even a system. It's just like a thing. But. Or maybe a scene plus transition handler manager. Yeah, pretty much, Weemy. Like, because right now I have an application object that's kind of that right now. Like that's kind of managing all the states. So like when some event fires, it moves the screen on. But kind of here, all of these right here, this is actually all like my screen objects. The menu, which is the main menu. the match, which is the game, the stats screen, that's the screen after the game. The tutorial, that's kind of like a whole nother thing. The countdown timer, that's like the little 3, 2, 1 before you start a game. The match wait screen, that's when you queue up for a match. The match wait widget, which is that new little thing off the side. And then the post-game screen, which is like the little message that says, time's up, or whatever. So, active scene equals X transit, X dot transition. Yeah, pretty much something like that. Like it'd be nice to have all of these things maybe as like some sort of screen thing maybe, or, and then that way I could like easily like move them around. Yeah, kick off an animation or whatever, a swipe down from the top, that sort of thing. So we're not going to get to something like that for a little bit yet, but I'd like to maybe start thinking about that. But part of that would also be just trying to lay things out on the screen in a nicer way too. Would be cool. Yeah, it would be. It would be for sure. It'd be fun to kind of come up with that. Yeah, and that'd be also like kind of a nicer way to make sure I never end up with like a duplicate menus. Because currently right now you could draw menus over top of each other, or like have two different things draw on top of each other. Like if there's a bug where I don't destruct the old thing and then the new thing kind of comes in on top of it and the old thing's still there, like you can just have things that in certain, like if I do something and I crash something, by changing something into the code, that could happen. But you could totally avoid that with a system where you just have like the application object just says, oh, show this screen and move, and the other screen goes away, right? And then it's just like this automatic like new screen in, old screen out, new screen in, old screen out, like push a new screen on, but something like that. So like all of that screen management would all just be kind of one thing. But yeah, yes. But that's actually, well, okay, so that's kind of part of what I want to have, but I also want to have like maybe a better way that things are laid out, and like certain things, like by default, okay, so right now the main menu resizes, right, which is great. But like other things don't always resize right away. So like the finding opponent screen here now doesn't actually resize. So like if I change the screen, it doesn't resize. Now if I quit and then go back, now it's like, now this text is like resized. The button, ignore the button for now. But like this text resized because we like redrew it from scratch. Basically, we reset up everything from scratch. And if we make it even bigger, it'll continue to fill in the space and everything. But the thing is, I should have like a system that's just, it'd be nice to just have a system where like I have like the setup code to like size all this stuff up, and just have all that be the same. Like almost like I need a callback for when I set up all of the positions and everything. Like have that in a callback, and it runs once when you initialize it, and then that gets passed to like a handler for like the screen resize, and then it just reruns and re-updates the positions of everything, kind of like that. Because like what I'm doing for the main menu is kind of like some duplicate, basically like some duplicate code, where basically every time we resize the screen, or I should say the logic that positions all this stuff up on screen is like a separate function of what is actually running when you resize the screen, if that makes sense. Scene manager handler could do that. Yeah, so yeah, it would be nice to just have something where like I would need to have like I need to kind of just have like the function that runs and sets everything up be like reused when the screen gets resized too. Like that should be kind of a thing, I feel like. So I need to think about it a little more, but obviously, and I don't like thinking about stuff like that on stream, because otherwise you'd see me just sitting here like and I'd be like drawing on paper and stuff like that. Requires some tinkering for sure. Yes, definitely. Yeah, like I need to just do a new Git branch and just like screw around with a bunch of stuff, and it'll probably end up all getting scrap. Yeah, so a refactor of our window kinds of things. What you said just describes 50% of my stream. Well, well, me too, I guess. I guess I usually, if I'm working on something where I have to like think of a new crazy thing, I usually do that off stream, I guess. What if no drawing? Yes, no. Yeah, I got you, Weemy. Oh, but you were asking about your Weemy. I haven't you see the molecule update I posted? No, I do need to check that out. I do need to check out your stuff lately. I'm out of date. 5 weeks later, refactor that again. Yes, for sure. All right, so let's continue with trying to get this button where we want it to be. I want it to be right at the end of our text here. And right now we're kind of lining this up on like the 2/3 line. So the annoying thing is, so for example, we've got, let's screen grab this. Actually, never mind. I'm not gonna do that. We're not gonna worry about that. So this text is currently centered up on like 2/3 this way, and 2/3 this way. It's 2/3 down the height of the screen and 2/3 over, 2/3 to the right of the screen on this second third of the screen width. And that's good. But now if we're adding this button on the end, we probably want to center. Do we? Yeah, let's line this up. Let's line this button up by like by hard-coded pixels first. Let's do that. Actually, I think I'm going to take a bathroom break first. Not possible to append the button to the end of that text. No, I have to position it, yeah, by hand. Well, not by hand, but I have to actually have a position for it that'll at least get computed at some point or the other. All right, quick bathroom break. We'll be right back. All right. Okay. All right, so actually I just thought of something. We can move this button We already know the Y position of the button because it's going to be the same as the text. Or wait a minute. No, the Y position is going to be 2/3 of the screen height. 2/3 of the screen height. So, where are we? Match weight screen. Okay, so we do. I guess we could do screen height 2/3. We could create a variable for that now because we use it multiple times. Okay, so subtext. Yeah, I guess we'll do const screen height 2/3. It's going to equal canvas height divided by 1.5. Okay. Yes, I want the height. Screen height 2/3. So we do that here, and then we can do. We can also do. Where's the button? Oh, it's all the way up here. All right, this is all kind of a mess now. The subtext, I'm going to move all this subtext up. I thought I got rid of that line there. All right, we're going to move all of this up. We don't really need that. Yeah, let's move that up. There we go. Let's just move all references to subtext to be in the front here. We're going to do subtext. So message text, loading icon, subtext, practice button. Okay, so then let's go up here. We've got subtext. And we're going to do subtext. Oh, yeah, then we're good. We don't need to do anything else. Move this up. Okay. Okay. Screen height 2/3. Okay, so now we can do screen height 2/3 for the Y position of our button. That's perfect. Yes, there we go. Okay, so we've got now our button lined up the way we want. On the Y-axis, not on the X-axis yet. We gotta do that one still. So let's do it by hand. Let's do the X-axis by hand. Or by hard-coded pixel value to start. So let's go, I don't know, how many pixels is this? Like 20, 100, 200, 250 maybe? So 750 plus 250, 1,000. That might be too far. Let's see. Nope, not far enough. 1,250. What? That doesn't seem right. 1,100. Okay, that's better. Practice. That's not bad right there. Practice while you wait. That's clear, right? User experience wise. Is the button maybe a little too big? I like this though. Practice while you wait and just an arrow. Just an arrow button. I like it. Or do we... I just thought of something. Maybe we just have like a warm-up button. I don't know. Badger launch. I Are you asking when it's going to be out, Badger? When the multiplayer is going to be out? Because I'm not sure yet. We don't have a date. It'll be done when it's done, I guess. All right, and now we're no longer lined up on the 2/3 line, but I kind of don't really care. Let's make this really big and find out. Oh yeah, never mind. It's all broken now. Open the console. Oh no, it's all screwed up now. Is this better? Is this closer to what we want? No. All right. That's not bad. Okay. All right, so let's take... Okay, we've got okay. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like this is good enough. I'm probably just getting a little too worked up over nothing right now. I think this is going to be good enough. So we still need to have our little animation thing. But I at least think this is probably good enough for right now. My debug stuff screwing up my design sense here, but I think this is all right for right now. So okay. So then let's do practice while you wait. All right. I like this. We're going to roll with this for right now. We're going to keep it going. So let's figure out what we need to... Well, I guess, actually... I can probably take the... We can probably just... I'm kind of fine with the way this looks. I think we could just throw in the... We could just use the current Y position or the current X position of the button, the current X position, and then say, divide that by the width of the screen. No, it would have to be by the height. X pose ratio, I guess. Am I doing this right? Let's just try it. Let's try it here. So let's take the X position. We're going to take, okay, we're going to do console.log practice button.pose.x divided by canvas wrapper.ctx.canvas.height. And cannot read property X of undefined. Practice button dot. Oh, it's dot drawable dot pose dot X, I think. There we go. What? Oh, wait a minute here. Actually, no, that's not going to work. That's not going to work. All right, we need to offset it by the text. So we need to take the width of this text. Well, we need to take the position of this minus, we're going to take the position of the current X position of the button and subtract the width of the text. And that'll give us the white space. And then we need to do why is this so hard? Because the X is always going to be the this plus this white space gap, which is the center of our button. Center of the button is the center of its position. All right. Okay. Am I doing this right? We want to take this position, the position of the text. The Y position is good. We want to take the X position of the text plus this plus some sort of white space thing. Okay, so the white space thing, we need to figure out what that is. So I guess we could divide, or we need to subtract the button position from why am I having so much trouble with this? If I take button position minus this, minus the width. So let's just pretend if this is 10 and this was 2, the position of this is 10 minus 2 would give me 8. All right, that's not what I want to do. That's not how I want to do this. I'm really... Okay. All right, hang on. I'm just drawing this on a little piece of paper for my own reference here. I don't need to whip out the pen tablet right now. All right, so this is 0. Let's say this is 10. We'll say 8. We'll say 11. All right, and our width is 2. Okay, so if our thing is at 11 here, we need to do 11 minus 2 wouldn't tell us anything. But if we did 11 minus... If we did 11 minus 2... 11 minus 2, then minus 8. I guess we could do that. Then that would give us 10. Or give us 1, which would tell us that 10 is there. 11 minus 2. Oh, no, we could do it this way. The position plus the width. So 8 minus, yes, okay, so that should be the way to do it. 8 plus 2 is 10. 11 minus 10 is 1. Okay. All right, that's how I need to do it. All right, I needed to draw this out like a kindergartner to figure it out. Okay, so we need to do the position x plus the width of the text to start. That's our first thing. So we need to do subtext. I guess we'll do subtext width. We're going to do a new variable because we use it a couple times. We're going to use subtext width. It's going to equal subtext.measure text divided. Oh, wait. No. That's half. We'll do subtext.measure text, and then we're going to divide it by 2 here in this case. Yeah. Okay, so subtext. What did we say? We needed to add the position x subtext.pose.x plus subtext width. But then we need to do, okay, so then we're going to do minus, but we need to do practice button Wow, all of this is just to print this so I can get the ratio. That's pretty much all we're doing here. All right, so we need to do this whole thing here. And then we're going to divide that by, because that's going to give us the pixels. We're going to divide that by canvas wrapper.ctx.canvas.height. Okay, so we need to do, I guess I'm going to wrap these things here because we need to do, we make sure we do correct order of operations. What are we doing? We're doing the 1100 right now. We're doing a hard-coded pixel thing. 1100 minus that is our difference. So that's our offset in pixels. We're going to divide that by the height. That will give us the ratio that we're looking for. Hopefully. Hopefully I did that right. Okay, so 0.051. We'll do that. 0.051. That should be that ratio there. That sounds about right. Okay, so then we're going to go down to our match weight screen. We're going to say practice button X offset ratio. What did we say it was? 0.051. 0.051. Practice button X offset ratio. Yes. So now, in theory, we're just going to do, we're going to do subtext. Well, let me keep that there just in case. Now, instead of 1100, we are going to do subtext.pose.x plus subtext width. Oh boy. And then times, or wait a minute. and then plus config dot canvas wrapper I guess we don't, yeah, we don't need to wrap those in parentheses. Config dot canvas wrapper dot, or wait, I'm doing this all wrong. Config dot match weight screen dot practice button offset x ratio times canvas wrapper dot ctx dot canvas dot height. Man, I should have really come up with a better way to really get these variables. All right, so let's split these. Let's split this down onto its own line here. Just so, got that. Okay. And we don't need the parentheses there, because this just needs to happen first is all, and it will because it's a multiply. Order of operations. Okay, so let's see if we got it. All right, and then let's shrink it down here and see if we got it. Yes. Now let's make it big. See if we got it. Yes. All right, we figured it out. Beautiful. Okay. All right. I feel like that is good enough. We do need to have a animation of some kind. Some kind of animation. I really don't know exactly what yet. But we can get rid of this now. So this is kind of what I was talking about here. So all of this code here basically is, well, we've got a couple of like, we've got our match weight screen. Again, our match weight screen kind of has 4 components to it. Whoops. It's got this finding opponent text, which is text that has to draw on the screen. So I have a text object that does that. This practice while you wait is also a text object. This button is also a button object. And then we're going to have a loading icon, which I already have a loading icon entity that I just empty shell entity that I created. We don't actually have a loading icon thing yet. We have yet to do that. But once we have that, well, okay, so the match weight screen is just a little wrapper around these 4 objects, so it can kind of just handle setting up these 4 objects and everything. So we have this static method called create on a match weight screen, and basically it just runs through and does all this setup. So you have a couple actual instantiations of the objects where we've got message text. We actually create a new message text object. But in here, we actually like calculate out some sizes and everything. We do the positions, we set the positions and everything. And here we do the subtext object, we do the size of it, and we do positions. And there's like just some complicated logic here. So basically, if we want to have these things resize, we need to kind of do the same thing again. Basically do the same exact thing. But then it kind of needs to be weeded out a little bit, exactly, because this is kind of like the instantiation of these objects are kind of wrapped in a little bit with everything, and I don't really know how good of an idea that is. But it could be that the system we're looking for to like kind of set stuff up ourselves would be to have like have this create method. It's a static method, right? Which is good. So this is the method we call when we actually want to create a match weight screen. Basically just the setup of that match weight screen. And this returns the new instance of match weight screen. So what we probably could do is maybe just have like the create method, just create like bare bones text objects, like kind of what I do here where the position is 0x, 0y. Same thing with the font. We just do a 0 font size. We set it to Arial, but we could just initialize like a 0 font size. And then we like have maybe a callback that we set up. We declare and run an initial time. And that does all the positions. And then maybe we pass that callback in to the actual match weight screen constructor. And then from there, it will set that to the resize thing. And then we can resize the objects from there. Badger, have you ever used Kali Linux before? I don't think I actually have. I mean, I'm familiar with it. I know that's a popular one for security, for hacking. Rintar, what's going on, Rintar? Good to see you again. Animation. You may like to try svg.js. That's actually Rintar. I've got my own kind of animation library set up, and that's kind of my thing with this project. I'm not really using any extra libraries. I'm just kind of doing all vanilla JavaScript, not really using anyone else's code. Kind of, it's all my own thing. So I've got my own nice little animation system that ends up working pretty well. Plus, SVG wouldn't really work in the case of because I'm using Canvas, HTML Canvas for actually drawing everything on the screen, and you can't really do anything with SVG in that. It's kind of separate, not really related. Yeah, so that's kind of where I'm at. Basically, SVG would be a little slow. SVG, you could do it like a game with SVG in the browser, but it would probably be pretty slow. I think there's a lot of overhead that you might get from that. Hang on a second here. I see 2D canvas context is getting pretty low level. Well, I mean it's really easy to use, but it's set up so that you draw things kind of as fast as possible. Probably. Well, I would imagine you probably can't get any faster drawing stuff to the screen than that. I mean, you can do WebGL yourself, but it's probably the methods you run for doing 2D canvas context probably ends up being very similar and as fast as it would be if you were using WebGL or something itself. So yeah, yes. Yeah. Whereas with SVG, there's a bunch of other things. I do not recommend doing WebGL manually. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I got you, Weemy. Yes, Weemy, you're using 3JS. And I've used a little bit of 3JS before, and it's pretty cool to get stuff. To get 3D stuff going in the browser. It's pretty cool for sure. Even with 3JS, it's a pain. All right, so yeah, what were we talking about? Oh, actually, okay, let's just try. Since we're here, I'll humor myself here. Rintar did WebGL manually. Nice. Cool. Madman. Okay, so let's actually try. What if we tried just doing my little idea here of Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Since we don't have a ton of stuff. We don't have like a ton of things. So let's try doing like a initialize objects or instantiate objects here. We need like an instantiate where we would do message text, loading icon. And then we would do like a function like size screen, size. I don't know. Yeah, yeah, we can just have like a junk name for right now. Okay, so we can do just like a little callback. So inside of this is where we actually set all the positions of all the objects. So here, basically, we've already got one. So if we need to do like const message text font size. Oh, actually, no, we don't need to. We don't need to actually do. So we can do message text dot font dot font dot size. Let's actually, I think I have a set size. Yeah, we have to call set size because it does that and re-renders the font string. That is the number dot with px on the end and then the font family. Okay, so we need to do font dot set size. We're going to do that, then we're going to do this number here. Otherwise, we can instantiate this. Yeah, we're just going to go for it. We're going to go full. We're going to full send it right here. Okay, so now I'm going to take. Okay, so we can do. Oh, you know what? Yeah, maybe I should do this. Okay, so we're going to set the size to 0 then. And the position 0x0y. That's what we want. The text is fine. So like we just kind of initialize the skeleton of the message text object, but we don't have any actual size or position data in there yet. We just set everything to 0 first. Then inside of this size screen function, we're actually going to do everything. And we're going to call the size screen function once. And then we're going to pass the size screen function to the match weight screen constructor. And then the match weight screen will listen to the on-screen resize event and rerun this size screen function, basically. I'm just going to try this because then this will be kind of my skeleton for actually building a more robust system. Rintar, if you want to use WebGL, you may like to use WebGPU instead of for the near future. Yeah, I saw a thing on WebGPU. I saw an article on that, and it said something like, WebGL is dead, long live WebGPU or something. So, yeah, that's interesting. Groupith heading out for the day. Thanks for the help, Jared. Groupith, hey, for sure, man, anytime. We'll see you around, fellow Wisconsinite. Yeah, thanks for hanging out and asking good questions and everything. And yeah, I'm always glad to help. And I like to encourage people to program and learn to program. I think everybody should learn to program. I didn't learn to program till well after high school. That is secondary school for WEME. Grade 12. Grade 12. Okay, so size. Yeah. All right, this is looking good so far. Okay, so now we can move this message text stuff up here. So we do the font size and we do the position X, position Y. I like it. Just like we have here. Font size 0, position X, position Y. We're kind of taking advantage of closures to have access to this, and then when we actually pass this object into, it'll still be referring to those objects. Okay, so then that's good. That's all fine and dandy. So we want to actually do the instantiation of everything up here. So this thing, the subtext thing, also needs to happen up here. So we have message text, loading icon, subtext, and then our button instantiation will be up there too. So the loading icon stuff would happen here. And then we would have subtext. So we need to do the subtext font size. So we would do this. We're going to do the same exact thing. We're going to set this to 0. And we're going to do subtext.font.set size. And we're going to pass that. Beautiful. And then we need to do the position for the subtext stuff as well, which we're going to do. We've got a couple variables that we're going to reuse. So we need to put these. We'll move these. We'll move this whole thing up here. And then we actually set, so we declare a couple variables that we're going to be reusing later. And then, yes. Yes, okay. So we do, we got a couple more variables that we're going to reuse later. So we're going to do practice button R. Actually, we don't. Oh yeah, we do. That's what. Okay. All right. So now we need to actually instantiate the practice button up ahead here. So we need to move this all the way up. Oh, what happened there? All right, we need to move this all the way up. So we're going to const practice button, new button. And then we need to zero out the position X, the position Y, the radius, and then the font size as well. Okay, so then this is going to be practice button. We're going to put a 0 here, and we're going to do practice button. Practice button dot drawable dot pose dot x is going to equal this. And then we're going to do practice button dot drawable dot pose dot y h. Y is going to equal this. Oh no. Is this going to work? Actually, I don't know if this is going to work for the button. This might break everything. Okay, practice button R. Okay, and then we do 0 here. And then we're going to do 0 for that. And then that will be practice button dot drawable dot. This is kind of annoying. Let me look at my button object here. Yeah, okay, so this is where this gets kind of tricky because we do the button object itself is kind of a wrapper for a circle object and a text object, and it kind of just puts them together. And then it's got some animations and stuff too for like the expanding and everything. So that's the thing that's like a little tricky about it. So I don't know. The thing is, so we have like an initial R, and again, this is well, not again. I didn't say this yet, but this is something that I kind of don't really like, at least the naming of it. Well, it's just kind of, this initial R needs to be set because it needs to be set in addition to the drawable R. So it's like we need to do like a set new radius kind of thing. Set new. How do we do it in the menu? Let's look at the menu class, because here we've got a reset. Here we've got window resized. So what do we do for the? Oh, look at that. Set size and pose. That's it. All right. Where do I have set size and pose? Set size. Oh, that's part of the button. Okay. So we set a new, we can specify a new radius. Okay, this is exactly what I needed. the X, the Y, and the font size. That's beautiful. And we just have one function call. There we go. Okay. Practice button.drawable.size.r. So we don't do any of this. We just do we reuse this somewhere? Okay. All right, so we're going to instantiate all this stuff to 0. Let me put these all up on one line. Cool. All right. I like it. Okay. So, okay. This also needs to be 0. Oh, that's why we have that variable. Okay, so we do want practice button R. Okay, so again, it was radius. So we need to do practice button. All right, this is going to be practice button dot set size and pose. And then we do, yeah, so we pass in the radius, practice button R. We pass, oops, practice button R. We pass in the X position, which would be this whole shebang here. Let's put these on their own lines. Each of these will just be on their own line so we can read it. And then we do, that's the Y, and then we do the font size, which also just happens to be the R. So there we go. We do that. Excellent. Why are we getting an error? Is it this? We are getting an error somehow. This is not. Oh. How did I get? Oh, okay. I just did a copy and paste. Bad thing there. Okay, so then this is the new radius, the new X position, the new Y position, and the font size, which, again, the practice, we found that the arrow in this case is 1 to 1. All right, this is cool. This is cool. I think this will work. So now, basically, we do this size. We set up this whole size screen function. We call it once, and now we can pass this in. We can pass this in to the match weight screen object, and we can call it whenever we want, which whenever we want is going to be whenever the screen resizes. And we just rerun this function whenever the screen resizes. It's brilliant. It's simple. Actually, it's probably not going to work at all. That's basically it's probably what's going to happen. Okay. So yeah. So let's try it. Let's see what we got here. Okay, so now we're setting up we're instantiating each object. So we actually create the new text object, the new loading icon, which we don't actually have yet. So I'm just I'm instantiating a blank entity there. Our text object for the subtext message there, and then the button object for the practice button. And we initialize all the positions and sizes to 0. And then the size screen function here defines setting all those screen sizes things based upon the current size of the screen. And then we run that function once, size screen. So this is like the initial setup. And then basically we're also going to pass this in to our match weight screen object. And then, whoops, size screen. And then this match weight screen object is going to run this size screen function every time the screen resizes. So now we can go up to, what that means is we have this dot event listeners as part of our match weight screen entity. It's an entity, so it has a property called event listeners where we can pass in some event listener objects. So we have an event, and this is going to be on, or wait a minute, screen resized, or window resized. That's what it's called. Window resized, if I recall correctly. We have a listener. Listener. How do you spell listener? It's a good question. Okay, so we are now taking in a on window resized, or maybe let's just call this size screen here. We're going to call it size screen, and then we are going to set that there. Or maybe let's just say on screen resize. On window resize. How about that? On window resize. All right. In theory, this should work. We should have screen resizing. Why didn't I think of this before? Why didn't I think of this doing this before? Because I think we just kind of answered our whole problem there of having like. Now, the one problem would be is if we have any sort of dynamic elements where you might add something in during the lifetime of the screen, then this kind of breaks because yeah, just this thing wouldn't work anymore because this function that we're going to run every time we resize the screen obviously isn't factoring in that new element that you've added. So we couldn't really, we would have to maybe come up with another way to do this. But I think in most cases with our screen objects, we probably might not actually have to worry about that. All right, so let's try it. Let's see what happens. We might actually have legitimate screen resizing working right here. So I'm going to click and drag the screen. We're going to see what happens. Oh. What? And it works. The size, the things, the ratios, the sizes, the button, everything. Everything just works. There it is. You do the max. You shrink it back down. Done. Wow. All just in one place. Why didn't I think of doing that before? Because all the... Okay, so you know how much work I went over to make this one resize? Actually, it really wasn't that bad. But I could have just wrapped it all in a little function and then passed that function in. Okay, I like it. I'm keeping it. Plus, this actually technically doing it this way, there's a little bit of extra calculation that's happening. But this is not stuff that happens every frame. This is just stuff that happens, well, when you resize the screen. I mean, this code would run kind of every frame. But in the setup, inside of this create method, there's a little extra calculation, but nothing that's significant at all. Yeah. So this is pretty cool, actually. I think this is a pretty good idea, and I might want to follow kind of this design, this kind of template idea now for this match weight screen, or that I'm doing for this match weight screen for the other things too. Because now I've really only used the code once. Plus, it makes just reading this setup method this create method way more clearer now. Because it's like, okay, here's all the instantiations of the objects that are part of this screen. We have a text object. We have our entity here. We have our text object here. We got a button here, right? So it's like all of them right here. Here's all the new button, new entity, new text, all of that right there. The entity thing, that's not even going to be there. You know. With my engine, there's no reason to instantiate your own entity. You could, but there's not really any reason to do that. You're always going to be using some entity that extends that, like text or button. So we do all the news, setting up those new objects here, the instantiation. We instantiate them all with zeros. That's easy, right? Size 0, x 0, y 0. Just for all of them. And then we just have a function called size screen, and we just put all our dirty scratch variables in there. And yeah, it's kind of annoying to look at, but we could just make it nicer with comments. I could put like, message text part, subtext part, whatever. And then we just run that function once. We run it once there. Demo dev 12 is now following. Demo dev 12. Thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Hi. Hey, I can't say it. Demo. Just going to say demo. How about that? Yeah, demo. Thank you for the follow. Did I say that already? Thanks for hanging out. Really appreciate it. Good to see you. I was actually just going to take a quick bathroom break because I'm about to pee my pants. So we're going to be right back. Throw the Durana BRB down there in the chat. Okay. We'll be right back in a second here. All right, we are back. Whoa, Rainy Dash is here. What's going on, Rainy Dash? Good to see you. All right, so this thing just worked. Like it worked beautifully, and wasn't even that hard. So I can't figure out how I didn't think of doing this before. But basically, we added screen resizing to this without doing any extra work. So that's awesome. And yeah, like this thing's not supposed to resize, and this thing is debug stuff that doesn't resize. So that's okay. We're just concerned about this and this. Heyo, back for another lurkin' work. Nice. But got to use that emoji whenever possible. Yeah, nice. Nice. Yep. All right. So that's tiny. That's really tiny text there. Wow. That is tiny. It's cool that we can do that, but not really practical, right? All right, this is not looking too bad, too shabby. And the positions of this stuff, you know, I don't know. We might tweak it, we might change it, but whatever. I think it's good for now. Elohim, what's going on? I was exactly trying on the wide monitor, and nice. Yes, Elohim. I don't even know if I told you. It was live. But it's live now, so. Whoops. Can't wait for the VR version. Yes. At some point. Demo dev. You remind me of Cisco from The Flash. Demo. I've never watched The Flash, but I've heard that before. I've heard people say Cisco. Or Taylor Lautner or whatever. That guy from Twilight. All right, so we've got actual resizing going on now. This is not too bad here. This is kind of what we want. And we didn't duplicate anything. Like what we do with the menu. So the main menu, the way the main menu resizing works, so like obviously this resizes now too, and it's like that now on the live site right now. And it works. But the way I'm doing it is actually the setup code that lines and positions everything is actually just kind of getting rerun, or the code is actually duplicated. So like down here, we have the create function, our static create method for the menu object. So it sets up all these things and it does all this offset, radius, offset, tutorial button, radius, offset, bound box, all this junk, like a bunch of calculations here. And then what ends up happening is it does the same exact thing in this window resized event handler. So whenever the window resizes, I have like the same code kind of running, but it's like cleaner. It's like cleaner because we're not instantiating all of these objects. I don't have to instantiate a new button every time I resize the window. I just need to change the position of the button and the radius of the button, right? So, but I've kind of like duplicated all the code. Like all these variables here, I kind of have the code duplicated to all the same things. So that's bad. But we kind of just solved that problem with the match weight screen, where we just wrap all of that sizing stuff into a little function. So we have size screen, all just in one function. We call that function once for the initial setting up all the sizes and positions. Then we pass that function to the actual match weight screen object, which puts that in the event listener, or sets that as the event listener for when the window gets resized. And it just works. Feels good. That feels good. All right. Okay, so what's next? I guess what's next, technically, is we need to have our loading icon thing work. We need to have a little something that moves that kind of gives us the idea that we're loading. Or not loading, but we're waiting for an opponent, right? We're finding an opponent or finding match. I think I'm going to change this to finding match. Because opponent, I don't know. I think finding match is pretty clear. Practice while you wait. I hope that's clear. Yeah. Okay. So we need to do that, and we'll see how far we get with like a little animation thing, and then we're gonna try to attack this little widget thing here that's really awful right now, but is currently working. Yeah, so Elohim, I don't know if you're still there, but we've got the multiplayer going. Kind of. It's not live yet, but we've got kind of we're finding an opponent, we're waiting. Oh, we got to refresh. And yeah, there we go. Okay, and then when you click here, then we match these guys up, and then they start playing the same game. They start popping the same bubbles. So that's kind of it. Spacebar. Oh yeah, we need to really figure out what we're gonna do for the multiplayer UI, in-game UI. We really need to figure that out. Do I have that in the Trello? Where's the Trello? Let's check that out. Oh, I didn't plug the Discord. For anyone there, for anyone out there, I've got a Discord set up. A Discord server set up, I should say. Should be more explicit. It's open. Anybody can join. You can join. I'm trying to be better at updating things. I say that basically every time I plug the Discord server, that I need to be better at updating it. But it's there if anyone wants to join. Yeah, and I try to do post updates in there. I haven't really done... Well, I'll post like the live change logs for Populus, the live version of Populus. And what I really should do is kind of give like progress updates after every stream. So I'd like to do that, to kind of recap what we did during the stream and everything, and just kind of show that and whatnot. Yeah, I need to try to be better at coming up with cool things to have on Discord. Okay, so move that out of the way of the chat there. Move this up. Whoops. Weemy, cool Discord. Yeah, well, yeah, I guess maybe you didn't know about the Discord, Weemy. Yes. It needs to be better, but I need to be better like Weemy at updating Discord. Doing GIFs and stuff like that. I'm actively stalking you there. Nice. Nice. All right. All right, I don't know. All right, let's whoops, I need to refresh there. Okay. Okay, so we need some sort of like little loading icon thing, or loading animation thing. So I'm trying to think of how we want to have, what we want to do for that. I was kind of thinking maybe we just do like, maybe we just do... It'd be cool to do like finding opponent and then the 3 dots maybe like kind of wave. That's what I was saying earlier. I think that might be like that might make the most sense to do. Or we could just do looping animations. Like we do a little sine wave. We could do a sine wave looping thing for each dot, and then they'd have to be like offset a little differently. Oh yeah, actually that wouldn't be hard at all to do. Actually that might be a little bit of a pain. Actually, it might be, or it might be messy. It just might be messier than we really want it to be. Let's because we've already got like a nice little looping, we know the system works nice with like the tutorial, where we've got basically, we've got a sine wave for the alpha channel of the arrow in the tutorial. So it just blinks. And basically it's an animation that just resets itself. So we've got one period of the sine wave set up, and then it runs once, and then as soon as that, you know, it starts at 0, where x is 0, y equals 0 in the sine wave, and then it loops and then comes all the way back around, and when it's back at that 0, that's when the animation's over and it resets. So basically you got a little sine wave, and then it resets every time. And that gives the appearance that it's just this pulsating sine wave kind of thing. So we want to have kind of something like that. Basically, we just have like an equation that fits one period of the sine wave into that span of time that we're looking for. And then, yeah, that's kind of it. Oh, the wave I played with? No, I think this is different. Probably more recent since then for the expand. Yeah, this is a little, this happened much later, but, I was just saying, basically, I've got like a little sine wave animation plugged in for this is all I really have going. I still have your equation saved, by the way, Weemy, from that time. I have it in the comments somewhere. I don't really remember what that was now. I think that was for the, yeah, that was for like the crash. It's like when you made the crash, that little red ring there. Yeah, so I think we want to take probably whatever equation we've got for this. This equation, this sine wave is smashed up between 0 and 1, though. Probably. Whereas we could just do, let's see, like we can just do, let's fire up the old Desmos here. I think all we need to do is y equals sine of x, or y equals sine of pi x, I think is what we want. No, we want y equals sine of, we want to double that. Do we do times 2 then? Oh no, that makes it bigger. We need to do, we want it like that. How do we make it? Do we do 2? Oh, 2 pi x probably. Yeah, that's what we want. Okay, so we want 2 pi x. So typically for animations and stuff, we want it to be something that starts at 0, whereas basically time is going to be happening along from between 0 and 1, and then it's going to loop over and over again. So wherever we end at 1, we always want that to be the same thing at 0. So that's perfect with the sine wave. We have one period of a sine wave where we come back and end at 1. And then, so basically our animation is just going to be going through this. And this is perfect because we actually are going to be animating the position like up and down. So it's going to be, we want to have like this dot. We want to have like the dot of our period here go up and then down and then up and then down, right? It'll just be some kind of small little thing. And then the middle is like the center. Whoops. The middle will be that 0, right? So we're gonna be like offsetting the y-axis of that position, the y position of the little dot, perfectly like this, right? So it'll just be this up to 1 down to -1, right? And then it'll loop. So as soon as we hit 1 in time, which we can specify any amount of milliseconds we want here, we want this to be, and that'll, you know, obviously make it go slower the more time it takes to travel along this. So this is the equation we want. We want sine of 2 pi x. And then we'll play around with times and everything. Yeah, what we did for the other one, what we did for the arrow here is we're doing something that goes between 0 and 1. So we've squashed our sine wave. So like it's still 1 up at the top here, but this thing is all the way up at 0. And then we did some equation. Let's actually see what that equation is. I'm curious. Where's that tutorial? Let's look at that tutorial and then arrow animation. Here we go. Okay, so we did, I'm curious. We did math.sine pi 2 pi times x. All right, let's punch this in. I really want to see this. Okay, so we do y equals, what are we looking at here? Sine of 2 pi x plus pi over 2, and then divide that whole thing by 2. Whoops. Divide this whole thing by 2 over 2, and then plus 0.5. Yeah, that's what we're doing. Okay, so the blue one, The blue one is that arrow animation. Oh, yeah. So that starts us at fully opaque, basically. So that's the color. Oops, not this one. Starts the arrow at fully opaque, fades out to nothing, and then back, right? So it just gives us like this smooth, all the way opaque. Halfway through the animation, we're fully alpha, fully invisible, and we're back up to opaque again, and then it loops. We loop from fully opaque to fully opaque. So we're animating just that alpha value along this looping thing. Yeah, so that's kind of cool. So what we're doing here with the red one is going to be different, but kind of the same idea. So let's just try like how do we want to do this? Match. Okay, so let's go to match weight screen. Let's just try some random. Oh, we're going to create a new object. That's what we're going to do. We're going to create a brand new object. So we're going to call this new loading icon.js. I don't know what to, yeah, that's kind of stupid, but that's what we'll call it. So we're going to import entity from entity.js, and we are going to export default class loading icon extends entity constructor, and then we're going to have create. We'll probably have a create function here, or a static. Yeah, we'll do a static create. Oh, there we go. Okay, so this will end up. This create method will actually instantiate the loading icon. Const loading icon equals new loading icon, and we're gonna pass some stuff to it in here, and then we're gonna return. Oh, and then we're gonna be calling loading icon.init, and then we are going to be returning loading icon. Yes. So this, yeah, so because there'll be some like setup of setting up some different things, and yeah, this is actually going to be more annoying, more lining stuff up on the screen than I really want to be dealing with, but I think we're doing all right. Okay. All right. So, oh, we could take advantage of this new little thing that we were going to try. Doing this resizing thing, we could probably do that. All right, so let's just make the loading icon be one thing for right now. So we're gonna import circle. We're gonna try to do this with circles. I guess we could do it with rectangles, but let's just try circle. So we're going to import a circle object. And I guess we'll do, I'm just going to do like some, just going to do some just kind of screwing around scratch stuff here right now. What do I even do to instantiate a circle? I guess we've got a size. which is an object that has an R, which is going to be, I don't know, 50 for right now. So we're just going to do a 50 pixel thing. We've got a color that's going to be a new color, which we can just do. It'll just be black if we don't instantiate, if we don't pass anything. So that's probably fine. We need a position. Size and position. So we got a position here that's going to be an X, and we'll do like 200, 200 maybe. Or maybe 200, 400. Whoops, Y, 400. So can we get away with just that for a circle, and will that be good enough? And then let's call, we're going to do circle.init. We're going to create an animation. So this is where it's going to get a little more interesting. So we're going to try doing this. We're going to try animating. We're going to import our animation class. We are going to do we're just going to say const anim equals new animation, and we're going to pass some stuff. So animate, I'm doing this off of the top of my head. Animation has a max duration. See, this is why you don't do vanilla JavaScript. Because even when you do have JS doc and everything, you still have no idea what you're actually supposed to do. Oh yeah, we've got a start val. Oh, and then animation is a timer, so we got to pass properties to the timer as well. Well, okay, all we need for the animation is start value and end value. Those are the two values that we're animating between. Oh, wait a minute here. Oh, yeah. Okay, so I guess we're just going to do, here's what we'll do. We'll do Y or wait a minute, max dir, that's going to be our time in milliseconds. So let's do 1 second for right now. So 1,000 milliseconds. We're going to have, okay, so that's the duration. We got a start value and an end value. Start value is just going to be, we'll just do 1 and -1. That's all we need to do. Or start val, end val, not value. Start val, end val, 1 and -1. Wait a minute. Yeah. Yes, that's what I want. And then we're going to have an onTick function. I think this is all we need. We're going to have an onTick function, which is going to take that new interpolated value. So animation is just kind of a little wrapper, wraps around a timer object that does kind of interpolation over time. Oh, we need to pass the function, the actual function. I forgot about that, or the actual equation. So we do equation, which is going to be the, what did we say that was? Sine. Math.sine 2 times math.pi times t. Oh, wait. We need to actually do it. It needs to be a function that we pass. So we do this. Oh, we do this. There, that, done. Okay. Yeah, we said 2 times pi times t. Yes, that's what we want. We can get rid of that. And then, okay, so that, yes. Okay, so then onTick, the value, that's going to be our new interpolated value between 1 and -1. That comes, that gets spit out along this function here, this equation. And then we're going to set our, or wait a minute. Okay, so it's going to be, oh, actually, wait a minute. This should be like our pixel value. So we should do like 5. We should do like 5 and -5. Or something like that. Maybe like 20. Let's do something bigger. 20 and -20. Because that's going to be 20 pixels and -20 pixels. We're offsetting up and down. I think I'm doing this right. I think this will work. If not, we're going to have to tweak things a little bit. Okay, so on tick. Is going to be the new value. So that's going to be our new Y position. So then we do circle dot pose dot Y is going to equal val. So that's what we do. We have on elapsed. We don't need to do an on elapsed. Repeat on elapsed is going to be true. So we want this to repeat. Let's actually look at what that. Where's the tutorial? What do we do? Maxdir, start val, end val, destruct on elapsed, false. Oh yeah, we need to actually say destruct on elapsed, false. Destruct on elapsed, false. Is it elapsed or elapse? On elapse. Wow. Okay, so start val, end val, destruct on elapse, repeat on elapse, on tick equation. Yeah, basically the same thing. I'll line this up the way we got it here. On tick and whoa, and then equation. Okay. So that should do it for the animation. And we initialize the animation. So we do anim.init. And we kind of want to see what happens here, I guess. We'll do because we should be drawing a circle on screen. And then, yeah, right now there's no way to, it's not being destructed at all, but that's fine. So we do match, weight, screen, okay, let's see here. So we're gonna do a loading icon. We're going to import loading icon from loadingicon.js. And now our loading icon is going to, where we actually initialize here, that's going to actually equal loading icon.create. And I think that's all we really need to do. And that will initialize the loading icon. We don't need to call loading icon.init. Okay. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Hey, it's working. Okay, so we broke oh yeah, I need to call super. All right, so there's also another problem here that I didn't factor in. Looks nice and smooth. Okay, we need to call super, so that's what that error is. And so we need loading icon, constructor, super. Right? Will that get rid of that error? Cool. Okay, so the problem is, this is supposed to be like down pretty far on the screen, but I'm doing the math wrong, and I think it's because we're getting a negative number out, so we need like, we're calculating like an absolute position in the animation. The animation equation, every tick is calculating out like an absolute position. That's not what we want. We want like a relative position relative to the center point, like our center point. Trying to think of the best way to actually do this. without like, I mean, there's like a million ways we could do it, but I'm just trying to think of like, for something this stupid, this simple, like we're just going to be animating a few things here. I don't want to have like a million. I don't know. We don't need like this crazy robust thing is what I'm trying to say. I don't need to spend all this time creating some crazy thing. Because we need an initial position to attach. So like we need, like for example, y position 40. So we need like const, or 400. We need like const initial y is going to equal 400. Right, so this is what we need. Initial y. We need initial y is going to be 400, and then we kind of do, we've got like this 20, negative 20 pixel offset thing, which this is not going to work either. These are going to need to be like multipliers. But basically we want to always be doing 400 plus or minus some sort of number. But we're going to do 400 plus whatever value is. So we're going to be doing this initial y plus val is basically what we want. So that should do it. So when I click here, yeah, that does it. So now we're floating in relative. Now our animation is that number is relative to the center point that we want to be kind of rotating around. So hype, yeah. We got a ball that's moving. So I'm just trying to think of how do I want to like wrap all these together is kind of the thing, because we want to have like 3 of them, because like the idea is like it's going to be these 3 dots. The dot 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 is going to be each one of them. They're going to be like rotating on their, or they're going to be waving with an offset too. So like it'll be kind of like a little woo, it'll be kind of like that, right? With the 3 of them. I guess let's try that, but let's try it like just really nasty right now. So let's just make this smaller. Let's just make it a bunch smaller. All right, there we go. We still got kind of this dramatic. Let's make this less of a, maybe let's do 10 and negative 10 here, pixels. That'll just be a little less. Yeah, that's better. Is it just me, or does that look like it's kind of stuttering a little? All right, no, I think it's fine. Okay, so let's create 2 more of these side by side. So we're gonna do circle 1. We're going to do circle 1.init, initial y. The initial y is going to be the same for all of them. Anim. Anim1. Circle 1. The initial y, like I said, is going to be the same for everything. Okay. So then we need to kind of duplicate all of this. I guess let's move this down. So we'll do, there we go. We'll do that. We'll do this. And then we will do 1, 2. And this will be circle 2. Circle 2. Anim2. Whoops. Circle 2, anim2. Circle 3. Anim3. And circle 3 here. Okay. I think that's all we need. And then let's do a couple duplicates of these. This will be 2. This will be 2. This will be 3. And this will be 3. Brilliant. Okay, we should be good. So then let's look at this. We should just have 3. Oh, wait a minute. Hang on. They need to be offset along the x. So this first one is what we got. We got a radius of 25, x value of 200. So let's do an x value of 250 for this one. And then that's another 50. So we got 325. I just did that math really fast. That's probably not right at all. No, that's not right at all. That one looks a little better. Okay, so right now, obviously, we've got 3 simultaneously moving, basically equal to one another. Let's do... Love this graph tool that you showed me. You're talking about Desmos? You already knew about that, right, Weavy? Is that what you're talking about? Or are you making a joke about something here? Desmos? I showed that to you? I thought you already knew about that. Oh, I did. Oh, okay. Nice. Yeah, actually, I think I just found this by Googling graphing calculator. And it works pretty nicely. And there's like a bunch of extra features that I don't really know about. All right, so let's make this a little bit. No, let's make these evenly spaced here. All right, so I did. What do we do? We've got a radius, or what do we? Okay, we got a radius of 25. Oh, so we want this one to be 300. This will give us 25 pixels between. Oh, that gave us 50 pixels between, not 3. Okay, so we want 275, I guess. Yeah, okay, that's better. 275, and then this one needs to be an additional, this one needs to be another 25 pixels over. So 350. All right. That's good. All right, so now let's think about starting to offset these animations a little bit. So we need like this one to like start. It's almost like this one needs to start first, then this one needs to be delayed by a certain amount of time, and then this one also needs to be delayed by a certain amount of time. But what I'm thinking is instead of doing some sort of delay thing, we do maybe like an initial. How are we going to do this? Actually, I don't know if we can do that. Oh! Maybe we could do different equations. Maybe we could just offset these equations. Like what if we do, okay, what if we do like plus 1. Oh, no, that's for the y. That's right. Okay. We'd have to do plus 1. Yes. So, okay, so let's... All right, I don't know what would be actually good for this. Plus, if we, okay, so plus 0 is like that, plus 1 kind of moves that, whoops, 0, 1, 0, 1. All right, it moves back, basically, right? And we'd start up here, and then we'd end up here, which is good. We're always going to end where we started. No matter where we shift this graph around, we're always going to end where we started. But it's just a matter of plugging like an extra number in here. Let's just try plus 1 and then plus 2. So if we plug in a plus 1, whoops, let's do that right here. Plus 1, let's just see what happens. Let's see how wacky it looks. All right, not terribly wacky. So then let's set this one to plus 2. So again, the two outer ones are the same. So let's make this one plus 2. Yeah, that's not bad. That actually ended up better than I kind of thought. Rainy, this is hands down the most satisfying coding stream I've ever watched. just have to say, as someone who doesn't understand the how, it is super fun to watch them get adjusted into perfect placement and timing. Like one of those videos sorting Skittles, people sorting Skittles or perfectly slicing cake or whatever. Nice. Well, Rainey, I'm glad. Yeah, I'm glad you can find something useful out of it, I guess. That's what I'm saying. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm really glad. Yeah, I mean, that's what programming ends up doing. Like, oh, wait, is this right? Is this right? Lining stuff up. Is this good? Is this, no, that's bad. That's terrible. Yeah. All right. So I think this is good. I'm fine with this. They look great. Thanks. Yeah, so that's, I think, you know what? Maybe, what if we try, let's maybe make it a little less, well, there's a lot of variables we can play around with here. Right now, these are really big. I don't really want this that big, I don't think. Do I? Oh, let's graph these all side by side, actually. This, that. Okay, so this one is going to be the 0, or we'll do plus 0, just to, so they have nice, or wait, 0, we did plus 0, plus 1, and plus 2. Ah, there we go. Okay, so that's a nice way to visualize it. So one of them is moving along the purple in time. So one of them's starting like up here. One of them's starting here. One of them's starting at 0. Right, so x is always 0. We're only concerned about between x, where x equals 0 and x equals 1. That's all we care about. That's all our animation's doing. It's running along here and then looping. So obviously when you graph something, sine of something, it just goes on for infinity, but we don't really care about that. All we care about is just this little intersection here. So, yes. Well, okay, so this is fine. I mean, we could tighten them up a little bit, I guess, by doing like 0.5, maybe 0.5 and then 1 instead. Well, I don't know what, looking at this doesn't really make a difference. I don't know why I'm even looking at the graphing calculator for this, because we don't really need to do that. It's not really going to tell me anything. I need to actually just plug the values in here and see. So let's try 0.5 and 1. 0.5 and 1. Let's see what we got. Okay, so this. That's not enough. That's not cool enough. It's too lame. If we make, all right, let's just make it even tighter. Let's make it even, let's go another, let's see what happens here. Whoops. Okay, no, that's just weird. That's just not nearly as cool. So let's try the opposite way. Let's try something way more extreme. Let's try 3 and 6. Okay, that's I think, yeah, okay, so that's really bad because we're basically, this one and this one are almost like back on the same, they're almost like synced up again. So that's really bad. So 3 and 6 is way too much. Let's do 2 and 4. And if we do anything that's not, that's, yeah. But if we do something like 2 and, let's do something like 3 and 4, then we're going to have this weird offset. Yeah, so like these two are like, the difference between these two is very close, but the difference between that, they're not in sync together anymore. And I guess we could also play around again. I just plugged in this arbitrary 1 second time, so like we could like have this too, to make this like 500 milliseconds. That looks awful. It's way too fast. we could just have some fun and do something. We could just make it 10 times faster. Just for kicks. I think that's what we want. Epilepsy? Yeah. I think that sounds good. Cyberpunk. I guess we're tapping into the cyberpunk, the CD Projekt Red development mindset there. Give them epilepsy, and then maybe they won't refund the game because they'll be on the floor with a seizure. All right, so that was maybe a low blow on CD Projekt Red, but at the same time not, because why on earth would CD Projekt Red release a game in that state? That's pretty awful. Okay, so let's go back to 1,000. Let's go back to 1,000. 1,000 is good. Or 1 second. 1 second for one of those sine wave periods. Yeah, I like that. It's low key. Oh, but we have the wrong numbers again. So we're going to go back to, did I say 2 and 4 was too much space? Yeah, I don't like that. It feels they feel too out of sync still. So we need to do 1 and 2. So I'm just adjusting the offsets that these waves start, basically. Yeah, we're going to go with 1 and 2. That was the first thing we dialed in. So basically, yeah, we're just adjusting these offsets that we have here, where we've got the wave of the first ball is on the red axis here, the wave of the second ball is on the green, and the wave of the third ball is on the purple. It's like they're waving, their positions are waving up and down, and then they're kind of, happening out of sync, which is what we want, which gives it that, which they themselves then create kind of this little wave. They create their own little sine wave, which is cool. Because we could line up like 100 of these and just have like this cool little crazy wave thing happening. That'd actually be kind of cool. Actually, I'm kind of interested in doing that just for fun. All right, I'm going to do that. But we're going to do... I just want to do it for fun. We're not doing anything productive right now, but that's okay. We're going to do const circles equals an array. Wait, hang on. Circle count. We're going to make it like 10. And then we're going to do for let I equal 0. I is less than 10. I plus plus. Can you type plus plus? No. All right, so okay, so we're going to loop. We actually don't even need to do, we're going to do const circle 1, or const circle equals new circle. Actually, we don't even need to do we not? No, we do need to do that. Okay, so we're going to do const circle equals new circle. We're going to do radius. We're going to do size equals R25. Whoa. Come on. R25. We got position. X. 200. 200 times... 200 plus, what are we doing for the offset here? 200 plus 75 times I, that's what we're doing. It's plus 75 times I, that's what we're doing. For each iter, that'll offset these via the iter, blah, 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 with our loop. Y is always going to equal initial Y. Initial Y. Can he spell initial? No. Pose. Okay, that was all we needed for the circle. Excellent. And then we do circle.init. Ooh, actually, well, then we'll do circle.init, and then we're going to do const anim equals new animation. This, that, there, okay. Max dir, 1,000. Animation runs 1,000 milliseconds. Start val, you know what, I should just copy paste. Start val, end val, there we go, 10, -10, that's great. Circle pose, okay, so instead of that, it's going to be circle.pose.y, initial y plus val, yes, beautiful. And then, okay, so then we're also going to throw a little iteration magic in here. So this is going to be plus, how do we do it for this one? +1 or +2. Okay, so we're going to do plus. Oh, wait a minute, hang on. Oh no, this'll work. This'll work. So we're going to do plus I. That's all we need to do. Who would have thought? That's all there is, because that's going to be 0 the first time, which is what we want. Then it's going to be 1. Then it's going to be 2. Then it's going to be 3. Brilliant. Preston. What's going on, Preston? You wouldn't believe it. I probably wouldn't. What's going on? All right, so we've got circle.init. We got anim.init. And we're looping 10 times, and this should all work. And we are going to comment all these other ones out for right now. We're going to see what happens. We're going to see what happens. Let's try it. Nope. What? Oh, loading icon.js4. Not found. All right, oh. Psh. Stupid VS Code trying to think of what I needed to, trying to tell me what I need to import. There we go. 10 of them. Nice, okay. Preston is making a programming language in Rust. Woo. Preston, what have I been up to? I've been up to this, not just screwing around. Actually, no. I'm gonna do 3 dots for the you know, it says finding opponent and it says ... and we're gonna do just 3 dots and we're gonna have them animating and moving like this. But I just was getting all crazy and decided to just do 10 dots and just to see it look like this. So that's what I wanted to do. It's a snake, yes. I do want to nag on you for centering though. Yeah, yes, I didn't even do the centering math there. But I was just kind of screwing around with getting the animations timed up and everything. And it's working pretty nicely now. Let's make it go faster. So instead of 1,000 milliseconds, let's do 500 again. That was way too fast when we looked at it before, but I'm curious. Ooh, it's alive. There we go. All right, we're back to 1,000. There we go. Now we're just having fun. Yes, let's try 10,000. Actually, Preston, you kind of read my mind. Let's shrink them down. Now I've got it in a loop, so we can tweak it however we want. Let's just do 100. And the radius could be, ooh, okay, hang on. I got to do this in my head. The size, maybe not 100, but maybe like 50. And then maybe we do a radius of 10. We could scale everything down. Or I guess we could just divide everything by 2 maybe. Or let's divide everything by 4. Or I guess we could divide everything by 5. Maybe, since we're dealing with multiples of 5 here. So we could do 5. We could do 200 divided by 5, which is, anybody? 10, 20, 40. I know math. 75 divided by 5. 14. No, 15. And okay. Yeah, let's try it. We're keeping the same pixel values up and down. Let's just see what happens here. Nice. Yeah, I don't like how it's too tall now. It's cool, it looks cool, but it's too tall. The sine wave is too tall. So let's do what do we divided everything by 5, right? So I guess we do 2 now. 2 and -2. There we go. Much creepier. Maybe 3. Maybe 3 pixels. There we go. And we could do 100. Actually, let's see how it handles with 100. We're not going to kill our frame rate, are we? Probably not. No, everything's still nice and smooth there. My speakers muted themselves. Let's bring that back there. Trippy. Yeah, it is trippy. I'm not sure what's moving. I see this thing. I see things like moving this way. I see like the lines moving out this way. That's what I see when I look at it. It's like the blue dress or the white dress thing or the gold dress. Which way do you see the things moving? Do you see them moving this way? Or do you just see them moving up and down? To me, it looks like the whole thing's moving this direction. Yes. Yanny. Laurel. Exactly. You see it moving that way too. Maybe that's because of the endings, maybe. Like maybe if we had it off screen here, maybe it would look like it was going both. Let's try that. We're in the experimental territory here now. Okay, we don't need that. All right, how do we x is yeah, let's move our x. Let's just make it negative somewhere. Negative. Let's just do -40, I guess. Or negative 40, and then let's do 120 of these. Whoops. That way both ends are off the screen. Okay. Yeah, I still see it moving this way. Oh, and that could be just because of the way that we're... Yeah, like I bet you if I changed the... If we made this like I times 0.5, yeah, now we like double the period basically. Cool. I think we got it. We got the animation. Actually, this is a really expensive way to do this animation, I think. Well, I don't know. Maybe we could do it like that. Looks like water. Yeah, it does. Nice. All right. Well, actually now these dots are closer to the size that we're going to actually want to replace these dots with. So... Wow. Okay. So asymptote testing time. Asymptote. What is that? What is that, Weemy? I know the word, but I don't know what it is. Is that the right? Did I say it correctly? A line that continually approaches a given curve but does not meet it at any finite distance. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, I need to learn more about math. The graph is not connected, or line, I guess. I'm not sure what you're talking about exactly there. Okay, I think we need to make these a little smaller to kind of match a little more this size, the size of these dots. These dots are squares because this is just aerial periods, 3 periods. 1 over x, for example. I'm not exactly, or that's what an asymptote is, 1 over x. Is what you're saying? Like if you're saying if we graph that. Ah, look at that. Wow. Yeah, I gotcha. Nice. All right. So we need, let's see, we just need 3 icons. Actually, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break before we really get into it. We'll be right back. Whoa, we are back. Amazed by your animation system. It's not that complicated, actually, Weemy. It's just, I just have some wrappers around. Well, it's basically just like a little linear interpolation kind of thing, but then pumps a value through an equation and then gives you the thing you want on the other side, right? So yeah, like you pass in. So your animation, the animations always occur between 0 and 1. So if like you can put some equation on a graph between 0 and 1, the time of your animation is always going to be between this 0 and 1. And you can always, so you could make this, this distance could be 2 seconds, 1 second, 100 seconds. I mean, it's specified in milliseconds, so, 250 milliseconds, 50 milliseconds. And then like as you creep along here, it's just for every tick, for every frame, then it's going to just punch in the percentage that you're complete through your time, right? So like we're going to be, you know, if this is 1 second and we made it to 0.2, then it's just going to do, or we made it, you know, 200 milliseconds into our 1 second animation, then it would just be 200 divided by 1000, and that would give us 0.2. So then we plug 0.2x into this equation, into the equation that's there, and that would give us a y value of that. And then we've got a callback that we can say what we want to do with that y value when it gets calculated. And we can do whatever we want. We could make it a color of something. We could make it an alpha value. We can make it a whatever, a blah, 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 blah. And that's basically all there is to it. And it's kind of set up in a nice little way that we can just instantiate an animation object and initialize it. And then it's got this callback that you set the thing you want to do. And there's some other things that are kind of annoying to have to do. Or you can specify too what you want this number, what you want y to be as well. So like if you wanted y, you wanted the sine wave, you wanted the top part to be 200, you can do that as well. So like this could be 200 and this could be negative 200, for example. Like if you wanted this thing to be moving pixels or something, like you want it to move 200 pixels up and then 200 pixels down kind of thing. So you can plug in what that number needs to be. And then it's just all kind of, you know, whatever, spitting that out for you. Like it runs the equation through. So it figures out, oh, you're 0.2, you're 20% of the way through the animation time that you specified. So we're 200 milliseconds, for example, of 1000 milliseconds. So we run 0.2x through this equation here, which would spit out the y value of up here for us. So we get that y value out. Then we multiply that by, do we? We multiply it by the start value. Yeah. Okay, in this case, actually, we don't need an end value. Oh, no, wait a minute. Actually, yeah, this is kind of confusing. I don't know. Oh, so there's a y limit too. No, you could do anything more. You could do stuff greater than 1. You know, you could do something way up here or whatever. It's just whatever then you would, you know, you could have it go up to 1.5. But then like if you specified a start value of 3, with a start value of 3, we're going to ensure that at 1 it's 3. So we can ensure that like if we wanted this thing to move up 3 pixels and then negative 3 pixels off of its center, then we're going to ensure that the top will always be 3. The max value, the max y value will always be 3, and the minimum y value will always be negative 3. But if we did if you made it go up to 1.5, that might be a little weird because then it would go up to 4.5. Like if you put 3 as a start value, it would actually go up to 4.5 then because it would just be 3 times 1.5. It would be 3 times y. So you'd end up with 1.5 and negative, or you'd end up with 4.5 and negative 4.5. So that would just be weird. Like you, unless there was some reason you wanted to do that. I mean, you kind of don't really. You would just then make your start value 4.5, and then you would just make this 1 times 4.5 at the end or whatever. Or 0.5 times 4.5, and then you'd end up with whatever's half of 4.5, 2.25. I think I got it right. 2.25. So I don't know if that makes sense. I don't know if that makes too much sense. And then I'm not really doing anything to get all of these animating. I'm just instantiating a bunch of animations and then offsetting them, basically offsetting them, kind of like we see with the purple, green, and red is all I'm doing. So then they all start at like different points in the sine wave. Like they're all animating along the same sine wave, but they're just starting at different points. So like the red one is starting at x equals 0. When x equals 0, y equals 0. Or sorry, I guess it's not the same. They're not the same animations. And they're not the same equations, but one of them is all of this plus 0. One of them is all of this plus 1. I mean, obviously you don't need plus 0. Then plus 1, and then this one is that plus 2. So the equations are just differing by adding a little integer value there at the end or some sort of fixed number in between. So it's y times start value. That's a good question. So the start value, end value thing is supposed to be, in the case of the sine wave, I'm actually not sure. Because you would do, so like if we wanted to just animate something that wasn't like a repeating sine wave, like we just wanted y equals x squared, like this, your start value, oh, okay, I remember what it is now. Okay, so the start value is your y value that you start at. So that's where y equals 0. Where y equals 0 in the equation, yes. Okay, so yes. So then we're like linearly interpolating. We're doing like a lerp between this. So we're doing, let's say, for example, let's just say you were at 200 pixels. Let's make it like really simple. Like you were at 200 pixels x or y, and you wanted to actually move up to 400 pixels y. So you'd plug in a start value of 200, and then you plug in a y value of 200 or a end value of 400. So then, as time is incrementing here, this y value is going up along our curve, right? Sorry, we're supposed to be looking at just this red y equals x squared thing. So as time is going up, time goes from 0 to 1 along the x-axis. So that's how our animation time. And then as we're going up, we're just linear interpolating. We're lerping between 200 and 400 now. So then at 0.5, that would be 300. So where x is 0.5, or where y is 0.5, I should say, like right here, this would be 300 then. So where we're at like 0.7x, at 0.7x, we're more or less at 0.5y. So then that would spit out a 300. So you could easily spit out just that pixel value that you're looking for. So you could go from 200x to 400x, or 200y to 400y, basically. It would just do like a little linear interpolate at that end there, if that makes sense. 0 is less than x is less than 1 results in start is less than y is less than end. Let me process that for a moment here. Yes. That's pretty much it. Well, you would, yeah, so at 0, so whereas x is 0, x equals 0, y equals 0, in this case of this equation, right? In the case of y equals x squared, 0x is 0y. So you'd plug in, basically you would plug in, let's fire up a notepad here. So if we had a start value of 200, start val equals 200, and end val equals 400, some pseudo JavaScript here. So basically we would plug in, we would do y equals x squared, and then plus start val. So that's what kind of gives us our interpolate, our linear interpolate here. Or actually, this isn't technically correct. It would be to do like a linear interpolate. It would be start val plus end val minus start val. And then, okay, so that would be, but then times t. In this case, t is going to be y, the squared, the x squared thing, t squared or whatever. So this is kind of what's happening. We're just calculating a new like little percentage thing here. And so insert your equation here that you, whatever equation you want can go in here. And then it'll be that, actually this happens. Doesn't this happen here? Yes. Yeah, that should happen in a parenthesis there. So you do end val minus start val. So end val minus start val would come out to be, you know, y equals, this would be 200, this would be 200 plus, would be, what, 400 minus 200, so you'd end up with 200 times t squared or whatever. So then if that was at, and time is x, that's incrementing, so that's always changing every frame. So then if that comes out to be 0.5 or whatever, t squared is 0.5, then you'd have 0.5 times 200, so 100 plus 200 is 300. So at 0.5, then you'd end up with a y of 300. So whatever gives us a y value of 0.5 here, which would be where x is 0.7. So as once we get to that point, then y is 0.5, which would come out to be 300 pixels, basically. It's kind of what's happening. I don't know if I'm explaining that very well, but it's kind of something like this, basically, is what's happening. And now I don't even want to think about what's happening in the case of the sine wave one. The same thing's happening in the case of the sine wave one, basically, is what's going on. The same process. Yeah, actually, that's interesting. That would be interesting. What if instead of -3, we made this like 0? Let's see. Yeah, I guess it would just make the... I guess it's not going negative now. Doesn't really look any different. Am I right? Yeah, okay. So like it's the amplitude kind of is like half there. But technically I should still do a start value of 3 and an end value of -3, I think. As a math nerd, this makes me juicy. Nice, nice. I should be more of a math nerd, but yeah, actually, I have a good, let me pull up, I found there's a GDC talk that I kind of borrowed some of the things I'm doing in the beginning, and that might explain it a little better than I was kind of explaining it. GDC one-dimensional linear transform animations or something, 1D linear something. Fast and funky 1D nonlinear transformations. Yes. Okay. Let me post that in the chat there. So that video is kind of what inspired me to kind of, and that might explain it better. And that's kind of some of the things that I've had you're kind of halfway through the animation or through the video, it kind of explains. Like at about 13 minutes in there, 13, you'll see kind of like right about 13:30, showing kind of the different ways that you would see, kind of different ways to represent like a y equals x squared thing there. And there's even some crazier stuff in this where he's like interpolating between two different ones. Actually, no, yeah. At 13 minutes there, 13:30, he's kind of talking about smashing two equations together, I think. Which I don't actually do any of that, like interpolating between two different waves. I don't really need anything that crazy anyway. But that was kind of my basis for the way I do the animation system here, where you're going, time is between 0 and 1 on the x-axis, and then the value you're trying to get out is the y-axis. That's all you care about. So you can kind of do whatever you want with it. You can make something move, you can make something a color change, right? Like it's just that rate of the change is what you're animating. And all I'm doing for the for this crazy thing, for this thing is just a bunch of circles all doing their own animating, but with just a little difference in the offset at which they start in that equation. So there's not like some cool thing I'm doing where I'm, I don't know what I'm trying to say, but yeah, I'm just looping to create all these circles with just a tiny bit of offset in their animation equations, in their sine wave equations, that ends up looking something like this, right? Where you get kind of these three right next to each other, but instead of the three, there's just like 100 of them or whatever now. So yes. All right. So very similar to shaders then. Yeah, I mean, in shaders, you're doing a lot of that kind of stuff. You're doing a lot of lerp and trying to do things between colors and whatever. Lots of that stuff I saw in the video. Oh, gotcha. Nice. Yeah, I actually haven't watched that video in a couple of years, probably. Or in a year, maybe. Because I kind of came up with this animation, or the way I'm doing the animations. I've had this now for a while, so I haven't really looked at that video in a long time, and there's probably a lot of stuff in there that I'm forgetting. But that was like the main inspiration, yeah, for having kind of that, just interpolating, between some sort of numbers and some sort of equation. All right. So we kind of have what we want here for the most part. And obviously we've got our 120 circles right now, which is not really what we want. We just want 3. But at least I've got this loop now, and we can kind of keep that. So let's go back to positive 40 here, and then instead of 120, let's just make this 3. So now we have 3 dots. That's a little better. I want to figure out, so what we need to figure out is actually, we've just got hard-coded pixel values for this, so we need to actually space these out a little more, like the dots here. So let's maybe try to line them up by hand, just so we can kind of get a nice eyeball view of it. So we're just going to line it up by hand, exactly what I said there. So let's slide this over maybe like I don't know, 800 pixels maybe, or let's go like 900. Let's see where that puts us. Close, very close. Okay, so let's shift it up another like 40 pixels, 940. Okay, getting there. Let's set the Y a little closer. Initial Y, we want like, how far are we off there? What is this, like? How come I can't tell how many pixels this is? Like 20, 40, 60, 80-ish pixels maybe. So like 320. Wow. I'm getting better at reading pixels. All right, so now that's the Y is good for right now. Let's just shift the X over a hair. Let's line up that left one. Just eyeball right up to that. Okay, so what is it? That's maybe like 10 pixels. So we're going to do 930. Yes. Okay, that's what we want. So now the gap right now is 15 pixels between these, or 15 pixels of whites. So maybe let's make this 20. That might be too much. Yeah, well, maybe that's good enough because it doesn't need to exactly match this. Yeah, I guess let's try. We can at least try to match it a little more there. That's good enough. Okay. Probably. So I like that. I think they're maybe a little too big. The dots, the radius is a little, like you can see compared to the squares, obviously they're a lot bigger, which I think is fine. 77 pixels. Did I? Oh. What was 77 pixels? Okay, so all right, this is going to be kind of annoying actually now because we're going to lose. The problem is we're centering this up. We're centering the text up on the y-axis based upon the width from this end of this last dot all the way to the beginning of the F. And once we get rid of the dot, dot, dot from the text, we're going to lose that. So that's kind of annoying. When you subtracted 80 from the Y, did a while. Oh, gotcha. Oh, I had 400 for the Y there. For my initial Y value here. Okay, is this gonna even look good? All right, let's do this instead. Instead of having the dot 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 there right now, let's get rid of the dot dot dot. Oops. Let's get rid of the dot dot dot. Then we're gonna realign. Now we have to kind of realign this. So let's move this up just to see how it looks and see if we can at least make something look good. Because it's possible this is going to look like garbage anyway. Because I already am kind of having trouble imagining how it's going to look. All right, so what are we at now? We need to slide. We need to come up like 20 pixels maybe off the Y. So 300 now. That might be a little better. Yeah. That's probably good. It's kind of bouncing around that. Maybe it's like a little south of that, but that's pretty good. And now we need to come over about 30 pixels maybe on the X, so like 960. Yeah, I don't know how I like this. I just thought of a weird idea. Let's try this. Okay. Instead of 3 negative. Okay, let's try this. We're going to try like instead of a perfect sine wave thing, it's going to be like a whip. It's going to be kind of like a whip. So it'll be I times 1. Or no, it'll be I. It'll be I and negative I. That's what it'll be. Yeah, so now this one's not moving at all. And this one's like moving a little more, and this one's moving a lot more. So this one's like fixed. All right, so actually let's slide this down. Now we can actually see a little bit better. Let's slide. Here's what we're going to do instead. We're going to do times 2. Or times 1.5. How about that? We won't make it too crazy there. Let's just see what that looks like. Maybe let's make this 4. Oh, this is kind of cool having this in a loop. I can just play around with these like really easily. Look at that. So now the last dot is fixed. And then it's like obviously down towards the end, it's like more extreme, right? Because the amount of the min and max values are multiplied up as it iterates. So like this one is times 0, so it's 0, the min and max values. Let's make the radius a little tighter. So instead of 5, maybe 4. How's that look? Ugh. Those aren't circles anymore. Oh, that looks so weird. Weemy. It's late. Good luck. I'll see you some other time. Hey, Weemy, thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it, as always. Have a good night. Get some rest. This finding opponent thing's like a little cat's tail now. Oh, no. What are we doing? What are we doing here? All right, it needs to be down a little bit. So we need to bring the Y down like 4 pixels or something. So the initial Y needs to come down to like 296 for right now. Oh, wrong way. 304. It needs to come down, meaning incrementing in pixel value. I don't know how I feel about it. It's kind of weird. Let's just now that we've got this thing here, let's just keep playing around. Let's just make it even more extreme. The finding opponent is like it's got like a little cat's tail on the end there, basically. Ooh. That's kind of weird. I don't know why I keep looking at it. Royku, holy butts, you've been streaming for a long time. Yeah, we're getting there. 6 hours, a little bit over. I usually do 6.5 to 7 hours. Yeah, it's a long time, I guess. It's a little too long. Actually, no, it's not too bad. I'm not just talking the entire time like crazy. All right. It's definitely fun playing around with this. I feel like we've got the start of like a little physics project here now. Like we could have some like mouse, something tied to the mouse, and like some lines with that are attached to the, yeah, I don't know, like a little whip thing or something. I don't know. We've got the start of some little physics project there. Elasticity stuff or something. I don't know. Testing around with some. Could test around with some points and something. Anyway, that's for another project. I really don't know what we want to have here. Cool Boy Jedi looks like a hella cool thumbs up. Oh, that looks... All right, sorry, I read that wrong. Gotcha. You're saying it looks cool. Gotcha. Nice. Well, thanks. Thanks. It's not exactly what I want, but I don't know. It's kind of, I'm just kind of like thinking about it for a while I look at it, which is maybe not a good thing because now I'm starting to slip into hypnosis here or something. But, and there's something not quite right about it either. Like the values, like this is not going as high as it should. Like let's print the value, not like this even matters, but let's print the values here. Let's print the pixel values that come out of that last point there, because it doesn't look like it's going high enough. It's supposed to be going an equal number. It looks like it's down. It looks like it's more down than up, if that makes sense to me. Like it's not going high enough, according to what I feel like it should be doing. So the start val is coming to 1.5 and negative 1.5 I. So I, at that last iteration, is going to be 9. So 9 times 0.5 is what we should be seeing. 9 times 1.5. 9 times 1.5. It should be up to 13.5 pixels and negative, and going down to negative 13.5 pixels. So let's plug. Oh no, not that. Let's look at that on tick. Okay, let's actually CLG val. Or wait a minute. If we're gonna do if I equals 9. If I equals 9, we're gonna console log val. All right, so I'm just gonna print. This is just little. We're gonna do just a little test print of. Oh, what's going on here? I broke it. Now it's, what in the world? Now it's just a line. It's just a linear thing here. We're not, we lost like our offset. Did I accidentally delete something now? What did I change? Oh, I know what I did. All right. Don't do this. What's wrong with this? What's wrong with that? Anyone? I just assigned I to 9. That's the problem. I wanted to compare I to 9, not assign I to 9. That's why there's a walrus operator, I think. I think that's why some languages have the walrus operator for assignment, because assignment equals walrus. So you have like R5 or something. So that way you can't do dumb things like try to compare R to 5, because you'd be doing a walrus and you would instantly see that and be like, oh, there's not supposed to be a walrus there. All right, that's much better. Okay, so I want to look at these values, but except they're going by way too fast. So that doesn't help. I guess maybe we can do this. So it should go to negative 13.5 and should go to 13.5. But it's not. It's going up to, it's going properly to negative 13.5 at the bottom, but then it's going up to 40, which is, I think, what we're seeing here. We're seeing it go up to negative 13.5, which up is negative on the y-axis. Y increases on the screen as we go down. So that's why it seems like it's going lower, because it's going all the way down to 40 pixels. But it's going all the way up to Oh, I know why. I know why that is. I think I know. I think we need to change this to nval. This needs to be start val 0. Let's try this again. Let's do this. Not like this really matters either, but we need to do, I think, start val 0. Let's see how this looks. Yes, that's what we want. Okay, that's what it should be. So now let's freeze frame this here. Okay, so now we're going to -13, and that's about where it starts going back up again. So -13.5 technically. It goes right up there to -13.4999999. So the one after that trips. And then we go all the way up to +13 point. Yeah, this is what we want. +13.4999999, and then back down again. Yes. So this is what it should be. Now we're looking much more even. We're not going down too far. Okay. So if me was still here, I'd have to explain that to him, what I really did wrong there. Or I'd have to say that I understand now the start val, end val thing with the sine wave. Okay. All right. I'm gonna take a quick break. We'll be right back. We'll be right back in a minute here. All right, we are back. Rainy Dash got me covered there. All right. Okay, so probably going to wrap the stream up in a minute here. Let's just kind of recap what's going on. We've got this weird cattail thing now. We don't actually have to have the cattail thing, although it's kind of cool. It makes me think of other things to potentially have. But probably not exactly what we're looking for. It's a little weird. It doesn't look quite right for this. Oh, yeah, and we're logging a million values right now. Okay, so we can get rid of the console log. We solved that problem of... Yeah, we can get rid of this now. We can put this all back on one line. There we go. This is good. This we can get... Or no, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Technically, start val should be 3. End val, or start val should be 0. End val should be 3. And now these are going to be too high. And we set the offset to 0.5. But I think we just want to do I. Yeah, okay, and then let's just loop for 3 only instead of 10. All right, so is this kind of what we're looking for? Kind of, but it looks kind of dumb. And now, it might not be set up right because, is it too high now? I feel like it's kind of too high. Practice while you wait. That sounds so stupid. That's awful. There has to be something better than this. I don't know. We're going to come up with something better. All right. But anyway. Oh, wait a minute. I can't. I lined everything up now. But I don't think this is what we want. I don't know if this is what we want. I really don't know. Maybe do we want just the text? Maybe instead of the ... animating, maybe we want the whole text to move. We want this thing to move, this thing to move, and then maybe the ... could all move. So the whole thing kind of waves. I don't know. I don't know what we want. Or maybe it's not too bad. I don't know. Hang on, let's not animate these for a second. Let's kill the animations. Just not initialize the animations here and then see how we're lined up. Oh, we are lined up pretty good. Okay. So everything should be fine and dandy now. Right? Why does it just seems like a little bit off. Seems like maybe we're not going down far enough. But we are. We should be. Well, I don't know. Maybe this is good enough. All right. So if we do practice while we wait, what if we're not destructing these at all? What if then we just have this kind of same thing, finding opponent? What happened there? There we go. All right, the problem is right now, I was thinking of ending the stream in a bit here, but okay. It's been a long day. What can I say? I'm starting to lose my train of thought here. What I'm trying to say is right now, I've got all these pixel values for this thing dialed in, like hard-coded right now. So if we move the window around, I lose all of that. So that's why what I'm thinking right now is maybe I try to dial in, I try to figure out the ratios of all these right now to the height of the screen and everything, and then I can save those, and then we can at least potentially make this scalable. Yeesh, okay. All right, what are the ratios we were looking for here? Let's try to figure this out. Okay, so let me get rid of all of this junk. And I guess what we could maybe do is this initial Y can be a ratio of the height of the screen. So we would do like CLG where are we at here? Match weight screen, loading icon, Y offset ratio. And then we're gonna do, okay, so we're gonna do 304 divided by canvas. Ooh, we need to import canvas wrapper. We need to import it like that. Little c, canvas wrapper. Canvas wrapper dot ctx dot canvas dot height. Okay, so I just want to get that number, whatever that number is. Let's get 0.351. Do 0.351. This is 0.351. So that's from the top of the screen. So we can do initial y is going to equal config dot canvas wrapper dot ctx dot config dot match weight screen dot loading. Why is this not pop? Oh, we're not importing config. That's the problem. You need to import config from. I was going to say, why is my stuff not popping up here? All right, so config config.match weight screen.loading icon y offset ratio times canvas wrapper dot ctx dot canvas dot height. All right, and then if we do that now, there we go. Now we're using a relative thing here. That's great. So actually, if we change, actually I don't want to change the height of the screen because that's going to screw everything up. Ooh, we could do the same thing. Const initial x, I guess. No, we can't. Can we do that? That's what I wanted to do with the other thing, and I wasn't sure. Because if we do it, we're going to change the screen, and it's going to break everything, probably. Yeah, actually, we can do that. We can do that. What is going on here? Expected expression. What's missing here? What did I just commented this out, duplicated that line and commented it out. What's going on here? Oh, no. What did I change? Oh. Okay. Let's just try the same thing real quick. We're gonna console.log this number. Oh, 18. Oh, 18 times I. We need 960 divided by canvas wrapper.height. And then we need 18. We need the same thing, but it's going to be 18 divided by. Missing initializer in const declaration. That's that. Okay, there we go. We got 1.109. 1.109. We're going to do loading icon x offset ratio, and that's going to be the first one. 1.109. 1.109. I guess we'll dial in a little bit more precision there. 1.109, and then loading icon x offset space between x, or we'll just say x space between. It's an offset technically, x space between as well, but ratio. We'll just call it that for right now. I'll know what space between is. So we got 0.021. 0.021. All right, so then we're basically plugging in for this. This is going to be config. We'll do const x offset equals config dot match weight, blah, 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 loading icon x offset ratio times canvas wrapper.ctx.canvas.height. And we've got const x offset, or x space between, I guess we'll say space between, equals config.match weight starter.loading space between ratio times canvas wrapper.ctx.canvas.height. Okay, so then we can probably plug this in here and probably plug this in here. In theory, that should put us, okay, that's looks good enough. We can get rid of these console logs. Actually, I'm going to keep, we need to do the font size too. So what do we have for a, oh, wait a minute. We've got radius, or not, it's not a font size, it's a radius. So we need to do 4 divided by that. And that is going to be 0.0004. So we do 0.005, I guess, round up. So we do loading icon radius R ratio. It's going to be 0.004. Or what did we say? 0.005. We rounded up. Okay. So that is then, so then R here is going to be, or I guess we do const R equals config dot match weight screen dot loading icon x R ratio times canvas wrapper dot ctx dot canvas can't type canvas dot height R would be R. In theory, that's it. In theory, that is all we need. Okay, that still looks good. Let's try resizing. See what happens. Oh, wait a minute. This thing needs to be figured out. So end val const, I guess we'll do const end val equals loading icon anim end val, I guess. Anim end val is going to equal 3 divided by the height of the screen. So we'll do 3. Whoa. 3 divided by the height of the screen, 0.0034. So we'll just do 0.003. That should be good enough. 0.003. Loading. Okay, and then that is going to be const nval is going to be config.match weight screen.loading icon anim nval times also canvas wrapper.ctx.canvas.height. Okay, and then we plug in nval right here. Okay, and then this offset is fine. That's just part of the animation, so that'll scale. Yes, that'll scale. All right, so let's see what happens. We got everything here. That looks good. So now we can't scale the window. We have to refresh. But if we make everything bigger, will everything work? No. We can't do... Everything worked except this X positioning. And now I have to figure out how big the window was again. That's the problem with this method. Closer, getting there. Want to become famous? Yes! Please, Z Pistachio. Get out of here. Take that. All right. I do want to become famous, though. All right, we've got... All right, so I need to line this up, I think, by doing this. This just a bit here. Let's try that. Nope. We need to come further out, I guess. No, it was closer. It was more like this. Nope. So there's one spot where this will actually work. Getting there. So I guess we go like this a little bit. Let's refresh. Nope, wrong way. We go like this maybe. This can't be right. Is it really like this really tiny number? Yeah, it is. Okay, that's like a little closer. Yeah, we're getting there. Okay, so now just like maybe a hair bigger here. All right, let's take out the swing here for a second. Get rid of the animation. I should have just been doing it this way without the animation. Yeah. That looks about right, I think there. Okay. All right, so we pretty much have everything dialed in. The only problem is that X thing. So we need to be taking in... We need to do whatever we did for this thing, for this button. So let's look at that real quick. Once we get this dialed in, then I think we'll shut down the stream. We'll call it a day then. Okay, so we've got... Where do I do that thing here? Okay, so that was the practice. Here, yeah, here it is. Okay, so we do the X position plus the width plus then we do the ratio stored as a little thing times the height. All right, I'm trying to think of how we want to do this now. How did I figure out what that ratio is supposed to be? Oh, we have to take, okay. So we have to take, I wrote it down. I wrote it down how to do it. Okay, so we have to take the current X position. Current X position minus the width minus the X. That's going to equal that difference, and that's our, okay. So I need to take, let's see if we can do this here. So I need to take the X offset, right? X offset minus the width. Okay, so X. Oh, we don't have that though. Oh, actually, I can probably, because it gets set up here. Well, what is the X offset right now? X offset minus the width. Okay. Let's do X. We're going to console log. Is anything printing in the console right now? Something is. Okay, so that's loading icon. How did I get in the countdown timer there? So we're going to console log X offset. And then we are going to, that's the X offset, and we get the 960. Okay, beautiful. Which we just, yeah, we're just going to leave as 960. So we're going to do 960, and that's going to be minus 960 minus, we're going to subtract the width of the text and then the offset of that text. So 960 minus the width of the text here. So we're gonna print message. We're gonna CLG message text dot measure text, and we're gonna print. So 960 minus this minus message text dot pose dot x. Okay, so 960 minus 467 minus 479 14. So we need to do, so we've got that 14 pixel thing there. We need to do 14 minus, or let's go loading. 14 divided by canvas wrapper dot ctx dot canvas dot height. This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. 0.0161. Okay. So this is going to be loading icon x. Okay, this x offset ratio. Okay, so this is going to be that number. Then this is fine. 0.016. Okay, so we're changing this to 0.016. Ah. All right, and then this needs to be 0.016 off of the thing. Oh boy. So we need like x offset. And then we need to do like, we need to take an x offset in here. And then we're going to do x. We're going to do x equals this whole thing. It's going to be x offset plus this whole shebang. And then we are going to use that. It's going to be x. Okay, I'm really trying to do this all. Keep all this in my head just so we can have this ready to go for tomorrow. Okay, we don't need to do this anymore. And then we need to pass the position message text.pose.x to the loading screen. Oh boy. Okay, so I guess we're going to have to move this down for right now. Just for right now. Message text.pose.x. All right, let's see if this works. That didn't work. Ah, okay. All right. We'll leave this for tomorrow. Yeah. Well, at least now. Oh, yeah, and then. Whoa. Something really bad is happening. Something really bad is happening. Yeah, we're pretty much maxing out that Chrome tab there. Maybe, maybe not. Something really bad's happening because this is really delayed. I'm not sure why. This is all fine. Last round is now following. Whoa. What? Crazy raid. Indie horror dev is raiding. Hey, indie horror dev, thank you so much. Wow. I'm very humbled. I'm very humbled. I was actually just about to sign off my stream here real quick, but for indie horror dev, we'll stretch it out a little bit more here. I'll explain to people what's going on. Yeah, last round. Thanks for the follow. Double a corgi. Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate it. Thank you guys so much. Yes, hello, hello. Oh, man, I love your voice. Hey, thanks, Bolus. Rainy Dash. Well, you better not now. Yeah, I guess I don't have a choice. I guess I can't leave now. True Jack's Key. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Well, I guess I got to show you guys my crappy game now that we've got all of a sudden a bunch more people here. Icy Kid. Wow. Icy Kid. Thanks for the follow. All right. So, well, what am I working on here? I'm working on this stupid little game. It's called Populus. You can play it right now if you guys want. Threw it down there in the chat. Populus.gg. That's Populus.gg. Yeah, it's this dumb little game where you pop these bubbles. Basically some bubbles, these random bubbles pop up here on the screen. And this yellow is kind of hard to see, I know. But this yellow, you pop the bubbles in the order that they appear on this sidebar here. So the first one you pop is yellow. So whatever bubble is in that big position there, that's the one you're popping. So we're going green next, then blue. So to pop the bubble, you just hover your mouse over it and you click or you press the space bar. So that's all there is. And you're trying to see how many you can get in 30 seconds. So you're just kind of, just trying to go whatever. So it's basically all there is. It's kind of a stupid game. At the end of the 30 seconds, you see some stats, like how many bubbles you popped in 30 seconds and, how many pops per second you had, how many mistakes you made. So if you go out of bounds out of this the little black outline circle there, that counts as a mistake. So anytime you see that little red flashing thing, that's kind of like a mistake there. Anytime you miss a bubble or you pop the wrong thing or whatever, you pop the wrong bubble, that's a mistake. So yeah, it's just kind of a little simple kind of aim trainery kind of, I don't know what else to really call it, kind of game. Henry. Not going to lie, that's cool. Hey, thanks, Henry. I appreciate that. Appreciate the kind comments. So I'm working on multiplayer right now, actually. I did 18 and 6 mistakes. Nice, Icy Kid. I like it. But I'm colorblind. Yes, the colorblindedness thing, that's something I got to think about how I want to navigate. Because, yeah, a lot of people are colorblind. It's a widespread thing. So, yes, I do get the colorblind comment a lot about, having some support for that. So I do have to do a little more research into that. Henry, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it very much. And it says MO3L has followed. The jingle. Oh, there it is now. Okay. I thought Streamlabs was freaking out there. MO3L is now following. Thank you, MO3L. I really appreciate it. IPR Zach D. Dropping the Durana BRB there. Yes. I'll plug my little Discord here. It's kind of lame. There's not really anything there, but since we got all of Indie Horror Devs people here, I have a Discord server. I'm trying to do better at updating it and everything. I say that every stream. But yeah, little Discord server there for keeping people updated on the game and when I go live and streams and blah 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 and whatever and anything. Yeah, so that's there. Yeah, IPR Zach D, what's going on? We're working on, I was going to say I'm working on multiplayer now for Populus. So if we go here, let's refresh this guy here. Frost Bites TV. Thanks for the follow. Cool Boy Jedi. You've been hanging out for a while. Thanks, Cool Boy Jedi, for the follow. I appreciate it. IPR Zach D. Yes, we just got raided. We got raided by Indie Horror Dev a little bit ago. So there's a bunch of people all of a sudden. Bullis 00 is now following. Thanks, Bullis. I appreciate that. You guys are awesome. This is crazy. So yeah, let's look at the multiplayer real quick here. So basically, we can get two browsers kind of going and ignore the fact that there's three little dots waving there because we're kind of in the middle of doing some UI stuff. But basically, you kind of pop the same bubbles. Basically, is how it works. Like you pop your own separate copies of the same bubbles. So like if we go along here with both players, you can see they kind of end up at the same colors here, right? So it's they're kind of racing head to head. That's how it's kind of going. Cool boy Jedi, yes sir, for about 5 hours. Yeah, you've been around for a while. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, cool boy. I really appreciate it. Multiplayers, this is an MMO. Pretty much is. Well, it's just supposed to be one-on-one. But, and then my goal is to have kind of like a rank thing. So for the first initial one-on-one, when we go live with the one-on-one to start, it is not going to be, there won't be any rankings or anything. That'll be kind of the next thing I work on immediately after we go live with the one-on-one. But we're getting pretty close. We're getting pretty close to be able to have kind of a little rough test version. Populus right now, it's kind of all test right now anyway. Like I'm not really, this isn't some official live game that's fantastic and it's going to be live all the time, 100% for the next 10 years. Cool boy, no problem, man. You ignited the JS fire in me. Hey, glad I could do that. Cool boy. Yeah, any questions, let me know about JS, whatever. I'll try to answer them to the best of my knowledge, which is not very much, but it's, I don't know. I know how to do a mean console.log, let's just say. Franz, 40 pops, 1.333 per second, new record, nice. That's pretty good, Franz PE, Franz, however you say that. Sorry, I'm not good with the names. But yeah, 40 pops, that's good. That's good. Yes, funny enough, I was actually gonna be shutting down the stream pretty quick, and then right when Indie Horror Dev dropped the fat raid there, so I'll hang out for a little bit more here. Whoops. Zach, will you tech me how to code? Yeah, for sure. Starting from scratch here. Icy Kid, not to be a negative Nancy, wouldn't dual type be better for multiplayer? Like the map and circles are the same for both players, but their clicking don't impact your screen. I'm trying to think. Yeah, Nancy. I think what I'm trying to figure that you're saying, Icy Kid, is kind of what I thought I already have here. Like they're popping the same color bubbles, but they're popping them at their own pace. Again, as I said before, ignore the little black dots there. I'm in the middle of coming up with a little loading thing. They basically, both players pop their own copies of the same bubbles. So like, if I go here, like we're at the same point, but we're popping our own copies. There's no actual interaction between the two players really. I do have another like mode I've been messing around with where the players would actually pop the bubbles They're actually popping the same bubble. So like whoever pops that bubble first, it disappears from the other player's screen. So that's kind of cool, but it's also a little frustrating to play in the bit of play testing I've done on my own with that. Oh, well, yeah, I was talking about how they already are. My bad. I thought they're like, if you pop a bubble, it disappears from others. Right. Yes, that's... So the way I have it set up so I can actually switch between both ways. But actually, I don't know if it would work if I think it might break if I do that. Let me try it, because I had it so I could do like just one little switch. Shared bubble mode. I should be able to just change this to true. And in theory, it should just work. But I don't know if it will. Let's see what happens. Because I've changed some stuff. All right, so now if I pop a bubble here, in theory, it should disappear from this player's. Yeah, there we go. So they're always, so I'm playing on just this one player here, but they're always in sync, basically. Oh, if I pop the right. Yeah, so this is it's a little frustrating to play this way, I think, because you're kind of like, it's just, I don't know. It doesn't quite make sense. I'm keeping it around just in case I get some inspiration and come up with some other cool idea to kind of do something like that, but we'll see. Zach, can I add decoy or trap bubbles to the opponent? That's kind of an idea there. Yeah, like maybe you could drop a bomb or something, and then something like that. If they pop that bubble, it explodes and they lose 10 points or something. I don't know. There's not really points. But but yeah, Icy Kid, like you said, it is kind of annoying doing that in the little bit I've played of the other mode, like with another human being. It's a little annoying that way. But I'm keeping it around just in case. Well, there's another. Okay, so the way the game works right now with the colors. So like you have 3 and you see 4 on screen, but I had it changed to a point where I was doing 2 bubbles on screen. So make it 2 bubbles on screen, and then well, we can still show. We can just do that. It was a little more fun. The mode where you're popping the same bubbles. Actually, wait. Let's go back here. So here I made it so it's just one. Here I made it so like in this case you don't even need to like look. There's just 2 bubbles on screen. Whoops. Unless you make a mistake, then a third one comes back. But when you play it this way, you don't even need to look over here. You just you're just kind of like looking to wherever the next bubble comes out, appears, you know, and it's like really fast. Yes, I think that is more fun. Icy Kid. It's faster. I can be a lot faster playing it this way than the other way because I'm just kind of looking always. I'm always focused on the dead center of the screen and just kind of where. Whoop! If I don't do dumb stuff like that. Oh, that's awful. Okay. Sorry for that over dramatic grunt of frustration there. All right, we're going world record here. I don't know how many bubbles we popped, but it's got to be at least 1 million. Maybe 2. Oh! Oh, sorry, that might have been loud. Maybe my compressor kicked in there. 91. Holy smokes. Almost 1 million. Yeah, just give or take a few there. Yes, so I've never gotten that fast in the other mode. Because that, you know, so I'm still on the fence about how I might want to really make things work. You're a god. Nice. Cool Boy Jedi. I drew a rectangle on canvas using a function, changed the function to happen only when you click a button, but when I refresh the page, the rectangle is still there. Yes, Cool Boy Jedi. Basically, so like when I do what you do for the canvas for like a game, and you don't have to, Like if you're following like what W3 Schools says, if you're doing what W3 Schools says, they just like draw a canvas on the screen and that's it. Like it's always going to be there. It's going to be there forever. And you can draw over the top of it, but it's always going to be there. So the thing you want to do is you want to clear the screen. You'd want to set up some kind of like loop. So I'll show you what my loop looks like, and it's probably a little more complicated than what you'd want to start with. Where is it? Where is it? Canvas wrapper. There we go. So what you want to do is, I have a render function here, and you don't necessarily exactly have to do it this way. I could show you a simpler way to do it, but I have a render function, and basically this runs every frame in sync with your refresh rate. And the way that works is I'm using this window.requestAnimationFrame function. And since it's just a little confusing to look at this, because it's kind of like, whoa, it's this recursive thing where this dot render is my function. And then what happens is I pass the function to window.requestAnimationFrame. You don't have to do it this way. This way ensures that everything's synced nicely with the monitor, refresh rate, whatever. But basically the first thing you want to do, you want to have some sort of loop. And what you want to do, the first thing you do at the top of that loop is you would do a context, you would clear the full screen. So you do the clearRect function. So you're probably doing the fillRect function, cool boy Jedi. But what you want to do is you want to do clearRect, and then you do 0, 0, so 0x, 0y, and then the width of the canvas and the height of the canvas. And that'll clear out the entire screen. So you do that, and that will clear everything off the screen. It'll clear back to whatever the default color is of the canvas. Whatever the style of the canvas is set to, which is like white. I think it defaults to like pure white, but you can change the CSS of that. That would actually be a CSS thing you change. Like in my case, I do canvas.style.background color, F1, F1, F1. So like slightly off white is what I do for my canvas background color. And then what you could do, let me show you maybe a simpler example of this than what I have. And this will work just fine for the most part. You do a JavaScript set interval, if you can type it right. And what happens is you have a set interval, and then you specify how many basically what's going to happen is set interval is it's a function that you call. It's a built-in JavaScript thing. And whatever, I don't know what spec of JavaScript added this in, but you can do set interval. It takes two parameters. It takes, the first parameter is a function. So it's a function that takes a function. And the second parameter is the amount of time you want to loop this function. So you'll run this function, and then it'll run again. In this case, I'm doing 1/60th of a second later. So this could kind of mimic like 60 hertz, 60 frames per second kind of thing. And this function will loop basically 60 times a second. And that's pretty cool. So then what you can do is you can actually, you might have your canvas context up here. I'm just going to do, const ctx. But you have your canvas context declared and everything up there. You do the get element by ID, whatever. And what you do is you do ctx.clearRect. You do that clearRect, and you do ctx.canvas, canvas.width, and ctx.canvas.height. And now you've got this loop that's happening. You've got an actual loop here that's happening, and you can have some things change. You can draw some rectangles. You can change and move the rectangles inside of this. And then this thing's updating every 60 times a second or whatever. And you're clearing the screen and then redrawing everything. Clear the screen, redraw. Clear the screen, redraw everything. Clear the screen, redraw. So that's kind of what you want for like an immediate mode rendering kind of thing. Otherwise, if you're just doing fill rect, fill rect, fill rect, fill rect, it's just going to draw a bunch of rectangles on top of rectangles on the canvas. Nothing's going to go away. So it's all about having a loop set up that's going to clear at the beginning, redraw everything from scratch. When it's done, clear everything, redraw everything from scratch, clear everything, redraw. Oops. You know, so you could go in here and do your ctx.fill rect, and you know, maybe you want a little 10 by 10 by 10 by 10. So like a 10 by 10 square at, you know, or maybe we make that 100. At 100x, 100y, a 10 by 10 square, right? Oops, I didn't want to save that. And you could even do something like this, where you could say, the cool thing to do would be to do const x, or not const, we do let x equal 100. And then we do let y equal 100. And then what we can do is we can do fill rect x and y here. And then what we can do is we can actually change x and y over time. So we can say x plus equals 1. So this would be like 1 pixel. And y plus equals 1. Or I guess we just do x plus equals 1. Let's just do that. And then now what you'd have if you ran this is you'd have your rectangle moving 1 pixel over per frame. So it'd be moving more or less like 16 pixels in a second across the screen, basically. IPR Zach D. Can I make a custom mode with just one dot at a time in the center? I can work on my blast beats with the spacebar. It could be based on following a fluctuating BPM to score points. One dot at a time in the center. Like, you mean it would just appear, like, it would just, like, keep appearing over and over again, the same thing? It could be based on following a fluctuating BPM. 105 bubbles, 1 mistake. No way, True Jaxie. Are you a... Oh, the cat's down here. Are you a... Are you an Osu player? Osu? Whatever that game is called. 105 bubbles, 1 mistake. Yeah, clip. Cool boy. How come it stays on the page after I've taken away the calling of the function and refreshed the page? I would say you didn't properly take away the calling, the setting of that. Cool boy. If you're seeing that, I would say you might have removed something else. I think your function is running. Because nothing will draw on the canvas unless you do a fill rect, stroke rect, or whatever the other things are. All right. Anyway. All right, I'm checking it out. True. Did you do it for real, or did you break the... Did you go in and hack it up? True Jaxie. Real? All right. That's pretty impressive. I would like to see that. Do you play Osu? Because I'm really curious to see some people who play like Osu or something. I went beast mode. That's pretty. Yeah, I would say that's pretty beast mode. If that was for real. I also basically don't trust anybody coming over from dev streams and stuff either, because technically it's not that hard to go in and just change the values of certain things in there. To go in and change that stat number at the end. I can record. I would actually like to see that, because TrueJaxi, nobody has beaten me from anybody who's tested, but I'd love to see somebody who is better, and then I can hit you up to try to really break things. Yeah, if you can record it somehow, that would be awesome, because I'd really like to see it. Because you might be my real like tester to make sure. Cool boy Jedi, you're still having problems? How do I get on the 2 bubble mode? I have to actually enable that. I might do it. I really might do it. And I might just make it so that it's like 2. Okay, so it would be like 2 bubbles on screen and then 1 for the navigation meter. Where is that? Nav meter. Nope. Oh, here it is. Make this just 1. And then that way, like here we play, and there'll just be 1 bubble right here, and that's always the one you're supposed to pop, so that way if like you make a mistake or something. Uh-oh. Alright, something. Okay, that doesn't work. I have to look at actually what's going on there. But with 3 it works, for sure. Yeah, there's some reason why 1 doesn't work. I can't remember off the top of my head, but I have something. But yeah, the two bubble thing is really nice. You do see 3 if you make a mistake. So like the 1, you always have to go back and repop the 1 now. I've changed how it like currently works. Whoa. Okay. Nice. Because if you were getting 105 with the live version right now, TrueJaxi, you would be smoking on the 2 bubble mode. Because I'm easily doing like 10 bubbles over my record on this 2 bubble mode. So I can't imagine what if you were getting 105. I mean, I could maybe get 100 in this mode if I went like, yeah, full beast mode here. But, yeah. New record, 0 pop, 252 mistakes. Nice. There is Badger. Badger was for a while, Badger in the chat, he had like some macro that he would just run, and he would just try to get as many mistakes as he could. I mean, technically, right now, you can, if you hold the spacebar down, you can just get a million mistakes like this. Because it's just going to, whatever your, like, repeat key is going to do, it's just going to, like, continuously fire off clicks. So, that's a thing, too, there. All right. Well, let's see here. Bubbles on screen count. We're going back to 4. Going back to 4. All right. Uh-oh. Okay, everything's still okay. What do you want, Rudy? That's cheating. Has to be single manual clicks. No full auto allowed. Yeah. Actually, I'm thinking of taking that away, trying to remove that repeated click thing from, because like the keyboard continuously sends key downs over and over again, whereas the mouse, it's not possible to send duplicate down clicks without first an up click happening. So you have to have a down up, then a down up, down up, down up. Whereas the keyboard can continuously fire downs just repeatedly without an up, without a corresponding up, basically, without a release, if that makes sense. 715 mistakes. Whoa, and you play mouse only, Trujaxi. Okay. You can do the space bar. You can do a space bar if you want, Trujaxi. But I am nervous now. No worries, no worries. If you said anything, if you just started playing and you're setting scores that high, that's pretty amazing. I play trackball only. Yes. Yes. I like it. No. Rudy, come on. But yeah, if you wanna, you could throw a video over on the Discord, Trujaxi, if you want. That would be cool to have around. I'll plug the Discord there if you want. You don't have to. You don't have to do that. But if you do catch yourself a video there, you can throw it down. Yeah, I think I am going to. If I get it, sure I will. That'd be cool. That would be cool. I'd love to see that. Is Tyrannosaur something like Jackovasaur? I don't know Jackovasaur. My name's Jared, so I just came up with Tyrannosaur, I don't know, a lot of years ago. It's kind of like a gamer tag. And I just kept it. It was my username for Twitch for a while before I started streaming, and I kind of wanted to come up with maybe a better name than that, but I never did, so. I'm still Tyrannosaur, but just call me Jared. Rudy, come on. He's knocking batteries off the desk here. Rudy, my cat here, is knocking my batteries off. He's behind my monitors. Jacovasaur is a character from South Park. Thought it inspired you. Oh. I didn't know that. That's funny. Shh. All right. Okay. Still got a lot of people hanging out, and that's great, but I think I am going to start to shut the stream down. Because actually, I was planning on shutting it down almost an hour ago, but then, like, kind of right up there at the last minute, we got raided by Indie Horror Dev. So thanks all of you guys there who came over from that. I really appreciate it. Thank you guys for all the follows. That's really awesome. Yes, so we got a lot of good stuff done today, kind of, for the most part. We started working on our new finding opponent screen. And we started working on a little animated dots thing. And we got the finding opponent screen scaling and everything, which is cool. And we got the little practice while you wait. We got a little more button. I still kind of hate how this looks. I think it looks stupid, so we got to figure that out. And we got our little animation, our little sine wave thing going on there, which we got to make a little bit better, and that's got to actually be set up properly. And that's kind of what we were working on, but it's cool. Oh, we'll just for everybody new here, we were screwing around with that animation before. Where is it? Oh, over here. So we can plug in like a bunch of. We can go like. We can just keep making like a bunch of these lines. And we can just have like this cool, crazy little snake thing going on. Or we could make it maybe more dramatic. Oh, that was not the one value I wanted to tweak there. But anyway, we were having a lot of fun with that earlier. Dialing in some crazy animations. What's the deal here? I announced that I'm about to go offline and we get like a bunch more viewers all of a sudden. What is going on? All right. Well, yes, just for sweet. Yeah, so I think we're gonna shut things down for now. So thank you everyone for coming. We'll do a raid. I see Retro MMO online. We'll do a fat raid over to Retro MMO. Retro MMO is a huge supporter, and I like to support him when I can. But he's done more for me than I've done for him. So normally he's not streaming when I'm ending, so it's kind of cool. So we can actually raid him. But yeah, for all those of you who are new, came over from Indie Horror Dev stream and everything, thank you. Really appreciate it. Got a bunch more follows from you guys. You guys are awesome. Really appreciate that. Yeah, and thanks to Indie Horror Dev again for the raid. Yeah, I stream on Mondays and Tuesdays, 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. That's my official schedule. So I'll be here tomorrow at 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. And yeah, we usually stream for 6.5, 7, 8 hours sometimes. We got just about 7.5 hours today, so that's great. And I try to do like a Thursday night stream or maybe like a Saturday stream if I can. Don't always get to do that. Didn't get to do that this past week. But I would like to try to really formalize the Thursday night stream. So that would be kind of in the evening, 6, 7, 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. So IPR Zach D dropping the Durana BRB toilets there. GG. Icy Kid, it was quite fun time. See you next time when you're streaming. Hey, thanks Icy Kid. Thanks, I really appreciate it. And yeah, thanks for the follow. Need more emotes? Yes. The thing is with the emotes, I think I have to get one per tier, per sub tier, I think. I only get one per sub tier right now. I think I have to get more subs to unlock something. Hint, hint. No, I'm just kidding. Nobody should sub to me. It's kind of crazy. Good night. I'll be tomorrow with recording. Nice. True Jaxie. I believe you, but I really want to see it. That's awesome that you're scoring that high. It's only $5, L. Nice. All right. Yeah, thanks everyone for hanging out. Really appreciate it. We're going to drop a fat raid. We're going to pay it forward to Retro MMO. How do I raid again? Oh yeah. Retro MMO is, believe it or not, making a Retro MMO in JavaScript from scratch. So we're gonna start the raid here. It's going. 6 seconds. 5. Okay. All right. I'm gonna click the raid now button. So everyone, thank you very much again. I'm very humbled by all the new follows, the new whatever. It's awesome. Thanks, Indie Horror Dev, again for the raid. And yeah, we'll see you guys tomorrow, 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. And yeah, we're gonna drop a fat deuce on Retro MMO. And yeah, thank you guys so much. We'll see you back here tomorrow. Sayonara.